Commission meeting. Before we begin the business of the meeting, we're going to start, as we always do, with an invocation and a pledge of allegiance. We're going to have the invocation this morning by Reverend James Baird from the Covenant Church of Naples, and following that will be the pledge of allegiance, and that's going to be presented by Bob Wild, an Army veteran from Vietnam. I think it was 1967 through 1970, if I'm correct on that. And he's going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance following the opening prayer. Good morning and thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's all bow our heads.
Let us get stood up.
Our great triune God, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, we come to you today asking for your blessing and guidance as our civil leaders do the work that you have appointed them to do. Lord, they hold great positions of public trust to care for the well-being of our community, and we know that only through the power of your Spirit will they do it effectively and for your glory and the good of all the citizens. Father, we ask that you would bless them with the ability to do justice and to love mercy, to bear down appropriately upon wickedness, and to praise those who do well. We pray that through their work, your name would be glorified, that the gospel of your Son would go forth, and that Collier County would be known for its righteousness because of the blessings that you've bestowed upon us. So we ask that you'd give them love, we ask that you'd give them wisdom, and we ask that you'd give them strength, all for the sake of Jesus and his name. We ask this in his name. Amen.
Thought I'd give a brief history of the Pledge of Allegiance that everyone's so familiar with. They may not know the history. It was created right after the Civil War. It went through several iterations in the 20s. In the 40s, 42, it was actually finally determined that it was the official anthem, if you might, of the U.S. President Eisenhower in 1954 added the phrase, "Under God." Probably know, in those days, up until the 40s, it used to be rendered with a hand salute, and it was determined it would be done with the hand over the heart. Every school day, every meeting used to be started with the Pledge of Allegiance. I think we're coming back to those days, fortunately. So if we'd face the flag and hand over heart, and join me, please. We pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The only other thing I'll add, Commissioner Saunders was kind enough to say, take all the time you want. He doesn't realize I wrote the famous Jim Valvano Never Give Up speech that you've probably heard on ESPN. So I won't, but I will thank the Commission for recognizing Vietnam veterans. 1,000 a day. There's not many of us left, so it's really appreciated to be recognized, and myself and my all veterans, the Vietnam veterans particularly, we thank you for that recognition.
Thank you, and thank you for your service.
No heat today, Troy.
Ms. Patterson, let's go through the changes to the agenda.
Yes, sir. Agenda changes for December 9th, 2025. First, we have add-on item 11C. This is a recommendation to direct staff to advertise and bring back for a public hearing an ordinance amending the Land Development Code to update the regulations pertaining to the removal of prohibited exotic vegetation. This item is brought to the agenda at Commissioner Saunders' request. Move the companion items 17E, 17F, 17G, and 16B9 to items 9D, 9E, 9F, and 11D, respectively, to be heard at the same time. This is the Greenway Fritchie Residential Plan Unit Development, Rezoning, Growth Management Plan Amendment, Laredo Street Vacation, and the related developer agreement. This is being moved at staff and Commissioner LaCastro's requests. Move item 16B18 to 11E. This is a recommendation to declare a valid public emergency to bring the unpassable roads in the private road emergency repair municipal services taxing unit to a passable condition, allow for a loan from capital reserves in the amount of $1.5 million approve purchase orders for Quality Enterprises for a total amount of $1,238,800 to complete necessary repairs by Fire District Zone for the private unpaved road emergency repair MSTU, and authorize any necessary budget amendments. This is being moved to Commissioner Saunders, Commissioner Hall, and Commissioner Cowell, separate requests. Move item 17J to 11F. This is a recommendation to enact an ordinance which converts the East of 951 Ad Hoc Advisory Committee from an ad hoc committee to a permanent advisory board, renamed the Rural Golden Gate Estates Restudy Committee, and appoints the current 7 members of the ad hoc advisory committee to the permanent advisory board. I will note that this actually needs to move to an item 9, not an item 11, so we'll get you that number. I believe that will be 9G, not 11F, but we'll get it straightened around at the time we get there. There are a couple of agenda notes. Items 16A4 and 16A5 relate to Valencia Trails Naples Plat 4 instead of Valencia Trails Naples Plat 3. And we do have a time certain item, that's 11B, to be heard at 11 a.m. And this is the impact fee update study ordinance amendment and rate schedule permission to advertise. We do have court reporter break scheduled for 10:30 and again at 2:50. With that, County Attorney.
Nothing, thank you.
All right, we'll go through real quickly just if there are any changes, proposed changes, and also ex parte on consent. Now, we do have a couple speakers on consent, so we'll hear those speakers before we vote on the agenda and the consent agenda. Commissioner Cowell, any changes or any ex parte?
I have no changes, but I have multiple ex partes for the consent and summary. I have meetings, emails, mostly meetings and emails. You want me to name the actual?
No, not necessary.
Okay.
Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning. No changes, and I do have meetings, emails, and calls on summary and consent.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yes, just one proposed agenda change before we actually vote on it. On B1, I believe it is, B1, I want to propose that we double the rent on B1. That's for Rep. Mello's office.
Right.
So
That'll go from $1 to $2
we need to get
a year.
$2, not $1 from our state rep, just so it goes. And no other changes other than the, I as well have multiple correspondence on both summary and consent.
And that change suggestion did not get a second, so we'll.
Yeah, it failed due to a
we'll
lack
leave
of a
that
second.
We'll leave that at $1. Commissioner LoCastro.
I have no changes, and on all the consent and summary agendas, I have meetings and emails.
I have no changes as well, and the same on consent, just phone calls and meetings. We have 2 speakers, I believe, on the consent agenda, so let's hear from the speakers on consent.
Yeah,
before we take
Mr.
that
Chair,
up.
we actually have 2 speakers here for a summary agenda and 1 on Zoom for consent. We'll start here in the room. Cody Davis will be followed by Sean Galloway. Either one's fine, sir.
And you do have 3 minutes.
I believe Mr. Galloway had ceded his time to me. Is that correct?
Oh, yes, he did. I'm sorry, sir. Sounds good. You have 6 minutes then.
Good morning. Do I have to state my address?
We do request a name and address.
Okay. My name's Cody Davis, 15126 Palmer Lake Circle. And I wanted to speak briefly on the proposed West Mercado redevelopment. I understand that the developer is seeking a rezoning to allow 28 luxury units, but under the existing zoning, without any change, state law already allows those same 28 units plus 40% affordable housing, 19 units by right. For a county that repeatedly states it has a workforce housing crisis, the by right option is, I think, clearly the better outcome. It remains consistent with the zoning plan, preserves the integrity of the growth management framework, and because the site is so close to the highly walkable Mercado, Publix, Trader Joe's, and more, it places minimal additional strain on the traffic network. I'm very concerned with the trend of using parcel-specific rezonings to override established planning policies. Spot zoning by rezoning erodes the predictability and fairness that the growth management plan is supposed to provide. When affordable housing is negotiated away through ad hoc zoning changes, it undermines public trust and violates the spirit of Florida's land use laws. big developers should not be granted zoning exceptions when the outcome is more profit for them and reduced public benefit. In this case, approving the rezoning would reduce affordable housing, contradict the county's planning documents, and benefit a private party at the expense of the county's residents. I share concerns about the Live Local Act's preemption of local authority, but in this particular situation, two wrongs don't make a right. Commissioner McDaniel has often criticized past county leaders for believing that if we don't build it, they won't come. Approving this rezoning would repeat that same mistake by blocking needed workforce housing in a suitable location near highly walkable existing services. I urge the Commission to deny the rezoning and allow the project to proceed under the existing zoning, which provides more affordability, more consistency, and a far better outcome for Collier residents. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe those are the only comments of our speakers for consent. Any discussion from?
Yeah, I do have someone on Zoom who wanted to speak on the
sorry.
consent agenda item. I'm not sure which item. All I have is 16. Donna Stormer. Donna, you should be getting prompted to unmute yourself. Let's see if she does. Donna, if you'll unmute yourself, please. You're being prompted to do so. And one more time, Donna, can you unmute yourself, please? All right, I'm going to say she cannot, so we'll move on from there.
All right. Any comments from the commission? Then we need a motion to approve the consent
Move to
agenda
approve.
and the summary agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, and that passed unanimously. Items 2A and 2B are the minutes, October 28 and November 10 of 2025.
Move for approval.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve the minutes. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, that passed unanimously. Ms. Patterson will move on to the awards and recognitions.
Yes, sir. Item 3A, Employee Awards and Recognitions. First, our 20-year attendees. First up, we have Michael Nell, wastewater, 20 years. Congratulations.
Family members.
Follows direction.
Next up, we have Dan Baptista, water, 20 years. Congratulations. Moving on to our 25-year attendees, Mario Menendez, Fleet Management. Congratulations.
How's the management of the fleet going? Good. All right, okay, good. Congratulations.
Amanda Townsend, 25 years, museums. Congratulations.
More years, you'll be at this place.
For all your work.
It was nice having a little extra audience participation this morning on the service awards. I will say that we are blessed here in Collier County to have a tremendous staff on our county payroll. A lot of people complain about county government, but we have a lot to be proud of here. And those folks that just got those awards are examples of the quality we have here in the county.
Yes, sir. It moves us on to proclamations, item 4. Item 4A is a proclamation designating January 23rd, 2026 to recognize the 30th anniversary of the Women's Foundation of Collier County, to be accepted by Sheila Smith Davis, Chair, 2026 Women's Foundation Luncheon. Congratulations.
You'll be able to say. I know this goes over.
Okay, great.
Congratulations. Big speech. Yeah. Are you going to say anything? No.
Okay, well, I can, sure.
Let me say something.
I'm
oh,
happy
you
to
go
say
ahead.
something. So the Women's Foundation is actually a fund of the Collier Community Foundation, has been supporting women and girls in Collier County for the last 30 years. About $2 million the last few years has gone out to help women who have been living in their cars in Collier County, getting them placed in apartments, mentoring programs for teens, and programs just in general around issues, healthcare issues and other that affect women and girls. So it's very targeted and just a wonderful opportunity to support women and girls in Collier County. Yep, Eileen Conley. Okay, we're good?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I just wanted to add that, and I'll invite anybody else to chime in, but I work very closely with these two ladies, as we all do, but I've known Sheila for years, way before I was even a county commissioner. And these are two people that really fly under the radar, but do so many things for the county. Maybe their names aren't on buildings all over the county, and not taking anything away from that. We love that as well. But we also have involved philanthropic groups that Eileen and both Sheila represent that do so much that sometimes does get lost a bit, but they don't care. They don't care who gets the credit, you know. I mean, it's been said, as long as good things happen, who cares who gets the credit? And they're making good things happen every day, and the two of them are here representing such a large group that is behind you and that stand on your shoulders, and you stand on theirs, doing just so many great things. And I've been honored to be a part of just small little pieces of it, but I couldn't be more grateful to have you in our community for all that you do.
Item 4B is a proclamation designating January 19th, 2026 as Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s Dream Day in Collier County, to be accepted by Vincent Keys, President, NAACP of Collier County. Congratulations.
I know. Good morning, Vincent. Good morning, sir.
I mean, who's this guy? Hey, great to meet you. No, just, hey, congratulations. Great work, y'all. Yeah, thanks for all you do. Yeah.
Morning. Welcome.
Thanks for all you guys do. Yeah, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
One, two. Thank you so very much, County Commissioners, Ms. Patterson, Ed, everyone. It is a true honor for the NAACP of Collier County, after 29 years of holding this parade and celebration. And so we always look forward to it every year. I know this has been somewhat of a unofficial collaboration with the county, but we don't take it lightly. And so we are so grateful to you for allowing us for 29 years to be able to collaborate on this event. Dr. King was a honorable and hardworking individual, and we hope that in the future, and I know I'll be coming to you next year to make it official that this collaboration between the NAACP of Collier County and the Collier County government will continue that moving forward. So I look forward to visiting you again, and I thank you and invite every one of you out. Please plan to attend. I know we always see Ms. Patterson there, and so we're very grateful, but we love to see the county commissioners. And I know you have marched in the past. We'd love for you to do the same thing.
Well, it's an election year, so you may see more people there than.
Thank you.
All right.
Commissioners, before we move on, if we could get a motion to accept the proclamations.
So moved.
Motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second to accept the proclamations. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, that passed unanimously.
Very good. That brings us to item 5A. This is a presentation of the Collier County Business of the Quarter for December 2025 to Fostering Success, to be accepted by representatives of Fostering Success and the Greater Naples Chamber of Commerce. Congratulations.
And if you'd like to tell us a little bit about the. Yeah, no, please take the microphone so we can keep that as part of the record.
I just wanted to thank Greater Naples leadership, Greater Naples Chamber of Commerce, and all the commissioners for thinking about foster children in our community. We help 750 foster children each year by providing them with emergency supplies, equipment, free education, tutoring programs, and connect up babies to quality early learning centers throughout Collier County. We also help them go to summer camps and winter camps for free, and we pay for any sports, dance, art, theater that they want to so they can get back some of the childhood that they've lost. And we're very grateful to you for acknowledging us and all the work that my staff does to make sure that these vulnerable children are safe and secure.
Let me ask you a quick question, because years ago, the way the state statutes were set up, the foster kids would reach the age of 18, and then they were just simply dropped.
Yes.
And I know that's been changed.
Correct.
But my question is, are there things in the statutes that you feel that need to be changed at this point, or has that been pretty much taken care of?
So we don't have any government funding. We're completely a separate nonprofit, and we help the children after they get placed in their home by a case manager. But you're right. We have a program that now extends from 18 to 23, because when a child is 18, if they don't stay in the program, they immediately on their 18th birthday will get kicked out of foster care, and that is I can't even imagine being 18 years old and not having a support system. So we do help them all the way through 23, and actually nationally, only 50% of foster children graduate high school. That's just a sad and alarming statistic, and only 4% graduate college. The kids who are in our educational program, we have a 100% high school graduation rate, and 100% of our children have gone on to college, either a 2-year, 4-year, or technical school. So we make sure that they are in a safe environment and a education to break the cycle.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your success.
Commissioners, if I could turn your attention to the back of the room for the Artist of the Month. The Collier County Supervisor of Elections Office is honored to be the Artist of the Month and to have the opportunity to share the artwork created by local student artists for the for Democracy contest. In partnership with Collier County Public Schools, Champions for Learning, and the local chapter of the Sons of the American Revolution, the Supervisor of Elections conducts this annual contest to showcase artwork that expresses what the democratic process means to our student artists in Collier County. This contest offers a unique opportunity for local student artists to celebrate civic engagement through their creative talents. This year, the Supervisor of Elections invited students in grades K through 12 to submit original artwork with voting and election-centric themes. Students kindergarten through 8th grade also had the opportunity to enter an original design for the 2026 I Voted sticker. To learn more about the contest, visit colliervotes.gov/art. With that, Commissioners, that brings us to public comments.
We have 3 registered speakers for this item. Your first speaker is Don Braswell, and he'll be followed by Marcia Owenick.
Young as I used to be.
That's true of all of us.
I got.
Thanks, Don.
There you go, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, gentlemen, and the rest of the staff. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. What I'd like to talk about is encouragement of single-family home building in the county. We've done a great job of producing homes, rentals, and condos, and all those pieces of the pie meet a public need. But I have a thing in my heart that says, I will have a more stable community if I find a way to make single-family homes more affordable. And I had a privilege early in life to work on a project where we had to get 1,200 stores up in 18 months. That's a big job, okay? No, I didn't do it. It was a team of us that did it. But what we did is found a commonality because I was working for General Motors and they wanted 1,200 stores. Whoa, how do you do that in 18 months? They standardized 3 different models for a building. I'm just thinking, can we come up with communities that are a little more standardized so that timelines don't drift, gives the general contractor an opportunity to buy ahead at a discount? There was a lot of things in that project that gave us a leg up on time. If you're a general contractor and to get that house built, it's going to take me 24 months, I've had to finance that for 24 months. If I can knock 6 months out of it, doesn't sound like much, it's huge. That's what we did. I can't go into all of the details, that's why I gave a piece of paper. But wow, it was a good project for General Motors because we met our 18-month deadline. And more importantly, A lot of you are businessmen. How about it? You opened up a store 6 months early. Your competitor down the street had another 6 months. You had 6 months of sales going on. All right? So it was a great advantage. A lot of those economies of scale in how the building process went and how the execution went are transferable to any project. Someday you got my pen, my phone, and let's go and have a half-hour conversation because I can tell you a whole lot. Bye.
Your next speaker is Marcia Owenik. She'll be followed by Monica Ramos.
Good morning. My name is Marcia Owenik. I live in Naples Park. I've been interacting with you collectively and individually that the future land use element for the area along US 41 bordering Naples Park needs to be updated, and I remain firm in that opinion. There are two goals to be met with the change to the FLU. One, enable preservation of the existing commercial zone. Two, prevent further development of multi-unit residential housing along US 41. The existing commercial zone provides services including banks, credit unions, car washes, gas stations, locksmiths, medical service, a veterinary, dry cleaner, car repair, and others, as well as restaurants and a few stores. Why is the county interested in encouraging dismantling this collection of services to replace it with residential? Why are we going to require people to drive somewhere else to get these services? Why add to the congestion of US 41 to put more cars on the road to find access to these kinds of businesses? Second, we need to prevent further development of multi-unit residential housing along 41 in that area. In addition to be incongruous in height and general density, there's frankly a real safety issue here. Delivery trucks bringing online shopping goods to residents. Our neighborhood really sees dozens of Amazon, UPS, FedEx trucks daily. They don't use driveways now. They won't use guest parking in a lot. They park in the 18-foot wide streets and block a lane of traffic. Doing this at the corner of US 41 will now cause traffic backups and accidents on US 41. We need to keep the density constant along US 41 for residential at RMF 6, like the rest of Naples Park, to minimize this issue. So change the FLU to accomplish these goals. 1, maintain the commercial zone. 2, prevent further conversion of commercial to multiple residential housing. Allow businesses to avoid the constant threat of their land being sold to create luxury condos. Allow future businesses to set up shop. Allow residents of Naples Park, Pelican Marsh, Pelican Bay, and many more have access to the services, restaurants, and stores that currently operate there. If you don't like the way some of them look, provide incentives to improve their look. The current strategy is not useful. Is the answer to change the FLU to C3? I don't know. An existing risk already is unmanaged conversion to live live local developments, but that would remain commercial. Is the answer change the FLU to RMS 6? Does this prevent live local developments and minimize any incentive to convert commercial to housing? I frankly don't know enough about the rules to give you the right answer. I implore you to take up this quest. Rezone the FLU to enable commercial activity to remain and prevent further multi-use unit residential complexes. Thank you for considering my input.
Your next speaker is Monica Ramos, and she'll be followed by Daniel Zagaric.
Good morning, BCC, and to the Collier community. I know immigration reform is a sensitive subject. That was not added to today's agenda, but as I requested, however, I'm praying today is a conversation starter. My name is Monica Ramos, and I'm here before you today as a mother, as a veteran wife, and as a colleague of our local construction industry to respectfully and urgently request your support for the Dignity Bill Act by Representative Maria Elvira Salazar out of Miami that obtained solutions for our broken immigration system for the sake of Collier County's workforce shortage. This should concern every commissioner in every district in the country. I'm here today with more faith and fear and God before me, out of need, not want, for those community members who cannot be present. After witnessing countless terrorizing and traumatizing incidents across our nation and your county this year of Hispanic children and families due to the current administration's immigration policies. Many of Southwest Florida's top industries are now suffering due to the workforce shortage, including construction, restaurant, and hospitality. I've reached out to our state representatives such as Lauren Mello, Mario Diaz-Balart, Yvette, Byron Donalds, and I'm urging you local leaders as well to please support the Dignity Bill. We need to find a pathway for those who contribute to our local economy, who have paid their taxes, have no criminal record, and have been here for decades, wasting their money on legal representation because it's only led them to dead ends. I ask you to not forget the Hispanic small business owners who contribute to your local economy, the Hispanic first responders who keep your city safe, the Hispanic hospitality workers who clean your plates at your favorite restaurants, and the Hispanic farm workers who pick the crops that keep our stomachs full. Since we're such a faith-based community, I'd like to ask you to join me by a fitting scripture in this time in history. Deuteronomy 27:19 says, "Cursed is the one who withholds justice from the foreigner and the fatherless." Thank you.
Your final speaker under this item is Daniel Zagaric.
Good morning, commissioners.
Good morning.
I haven't been this nervous since I was going to find out if I made the junior high school basketball team or not. I just wanted to come up here and tell you that decisions have consequences. And when I look at a consent agenda that's loaded up like ours very often are, my mind goes through a lot of different push-ups and sit-ups and deep dives, as some of you would call them. I hope we don't regret using the consent agenda in the future too often, because I think it is something that we could definitely abuse as a government. And so, you know, I think it's magnificent that we can govern ourselves. And I think Collier County does a pretty darn good job in governing itself and has a pretty darn good staff. And, you know, moving forward, let's take more advantage of this great staff that we have. So, thank you.
Thank you. You raise a good point in reference to the consent agenda. Maybe it'd be useful, just Ms. Patterson, if you could tell the public what types of items go on consent. I will say that each one of us reviews the consent agenda in detail, and as you notice from this morning, items are pulled from consent that are controversial. We don't have any hesitation in doing that, and we permit people to speak on the consent agenda. So we want to be as open as possible, but we don't want to bog down the meeting with routine matters that really don't require any discussion. And Ms. Patterson, can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Yes, sir. So the consent agenda is exactly as you describe. It's used for routine and administrative items. There's a lot of payment of bills. We release bonds, accept plats on the consent agenda. There are dollar limits to what can be placed on the consent agenda, and that's not an absolute. If something was controversial and was not within that dollar amount, it still would go onto the regular agenda, but it allows us to procure items up to a certain threshold, again, being administrative in nature. Anything that has any type of public interest or controversy does not go onto the consent agenda, and as you said, the board routinely examines the consent agenda each day, each Monday before our Tuesday meeting. We go through the entire agenda, and if there's something that the board feels needs to be talked about, sometimes it's even for good news, those items will be placed onto the regular agenda. So there are definitely guardrails to keep things from being placed onto the consent agenda that otherwise belong on the regular agenda for open discussion.
Now, we do have land use items that appear on the summary agenda.
Yes, sir.
And again, maybe perhaps you can explain why something like what we did this morning appears on the
Yes, sir.
summary
So
agenda.
items only qualified to be on the summary agenda, which are advertised public hearings, if they have had a unanimous vote of the Planning Commission and no public opposition. So items where people have spoken in opposition or perhaps sent in letters to the staff or to the board, those also have to be placed onto the regular agenda. So those things, there are quite a number of them that are on the summary agenda, but again, those are ones that have made it through the Planning Commission with no public opposition and a unanimous vote. Some of the ones that were pulled today were ones that made it to the summary and they qualified, but because there were some concerns raised after the Planning Commission, they've now made their way onto the regular agenda.
I think that I can say with a lot of confidence that Collier County government is very open. I think this commission is always very open, and if there's something that's problematic, somebody asks a question about something, we always get our staff to respond. And so I think all of us up here can be proud of the fact that everything's wide open. There are no, I shouldn't say there are no secrets, but there are not very many secrets, and certainly no secrets as they relate to the operation of county government.
No, sir.
All right, thank you. Then we'll move on.
Can I add
sir.
some- can I add
I'm
something,
sorry,
Chairman?
Commissioner
I just
Castro.
wanted to add, Ms. Patterson, one thing we talked about maybe a year ago, I brought it up and we all chimed in, that I think definitely has improved. I know when I got elected in 2020, the consent agenda and summary agenda at times was like a one-liner that was written in like hieroglyphics, and then you'd get citizens that would go to the website and go, "Oh my God, the sky is falling," where the reality is it needed a little bit more depth. The reason I think our agenda is an extra page or two than it was maybe 5 years ago is because you obviously have given the staff direction to put a little bit more of the details. So if a citizen knew nothing about the project, there's still one or two things that do jump out. So the comment that was made does have merit, but I really thank the staff for making sure that it can be read by somebody that maybe has no knowledge, and it doesn't look like we're trying to sort of sneak it in. And then you got 5 of us up here that read it. Somebody always catches something that they think should be pulled. So, but we'll continue to make those improvements as well. But
Yes,
I
sir.
just wanted to highlight that, you've made quite a bit already on the consent agenda, and summary agenda is quite a bit different than it was 5 years ago, as I remember it.
Okay.
Commissioners, that brings us to our advertised public hearings, and we're going to get started with companion items 9A and 9B. I apologize, I'm going to read these into the record and then we'll get started. Item 9A is a recommendation to adopt a resolution designated 560.2 acres in the Rural Land Stewardship Area Zoning Overlay District as a stewardship sending area with designation as CLHSSA 19 pursuant to the terms set forth in the escrow agreement, stewardship sending area credit agreement for CLHSSA 19, and stewardship sending area easement agreement for CLHSSA 19, approving a stewardship sending area credit agreement for CLHSSA 19, approving a stewardship sending area easement agreement for CLHSSA 19, approving an escrow agreement for CLHSSA 19, and establishing the number of stewardship credits generated by the designation of said stewardship sending area. The subject property is located in sections 6, 7, and 18, Township 48 South, Range 30 East. Its companion item is 9B. This item will require that all participants be sworn in, and commissioners provide ex parte disclosure. This is a recommendation to approve with conditions a resolution designating 1,217.84 plus minus acres within the Rural Land Stewardship Area Zoning Overlay District as a stewardship receiving area to be known as the Horse Trials Village Stewardship Receiving Area, to allow development of a maximum of 3,205 dwelling units, including 305 affordable housing units, And of the maximum dwelling units, a minimum of 10% will be multifamily dwelling units, a minimum of 10% will be single-family detached, and a minimum of 10% will be single-family attached or villa. A minimum and maximum of 169,865 square feet of gross floor area of commercial development in a village center context zone, a maximum of 100,000 square feet of indoor self-storage in the village center context zone, a minimum of 32,050 square feet of civic, governmental, and institutional uses in the village center context zone, senior housing, including assisted living facilities and continuing care retirement communities limited to 300 units in the SRA, all subject to a maximum PM peak hour trip cap, and approving the stewardship receiving area credit agreement for the Horse Trials Village Stewardship Receiving Area, and establishing that 9,519.08 stewardship credits are being utilized by the designation of the Horse Trials Village Stewardship Receiving Area. The subject property, consisting of 1,217.84 plus minus acres, is located on the north side of Oil Well Road, west of State Road 29, in sections 5, 6, 7, 8, 17, and 18, Township 48 South, Range 30 East, Collier County, Florida. With that, Commissioners, ex parte.
All right. Commissioner Colwell.
Yes, Chairman, I have meetings and calls on 9B.
Commissioner Hall.
Meetings and emails.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Meetings and calls, sir.
Commissioner Castro.
Meetings and emails.
And I have the same, meetings and emails and some telephone calls.
Very good. If all participants could stand to be sworn in by the court reporter, that includes anybody that's going to be providing public comment as well.
All right, we'll start as usual with the petitioner.
I don't think Mulhair raised his hand. Did you? Okay.
Good morning. For the record, Rich Ivanovich on behalf of the petitioner. Can I ask Troy if there's, I noticed there were no public speakers in the audience. Is there anybody registered on Zoom?
I have one registered speaker on Zoom, Lucy Gallo.
Oh, and she's with our team. So.
She's with your team?
Yes.
That's what I thought, but I wasn't sure, Rich.
Thank you. I just wanted that for purposes of the presentation. With me today on behalf of the owner of the property is Pat Utter. He's Vice President of Real Estate for Collier Enterprises, Tarpon Blue Company. I'm the zoning lawyer on this project. Mr. Mulhair and Ellen Summers are our planners. Dom Amico is our civil engineer. Lucy, who's on the Zoom, if you have any questions regarding our economic analysis, is here. Mr. DeBilcock is our transportation engineer, and then Heather Samborski is our ecologist for the project. As Ms. Patterson indicated, we have two petitions before you today. You've seen many, I shouldn't say many, but several SRA villages, and you've approved several SSAs for the Rural Land Stewardship Program. We're available to answer any questions you have regarding each of the petitions, and if you would like a detailed presentation on the SSA designation, Heather is here and can take you through the designation process in detail if you prefer. As Ms. Patterson pointed out, the SRA is roughly 1,217.84 acres, and the SSA is 560.2 acres. And the property on your visualizer right now is the property that comprises the village SRA. And this SSA, together with a couple of other SSAs, provide the credits for the designation of this property. The overall request is for 3,205 dwelling units, almost 170,000 square feet of neighborhood goods and services, and a little over 32,000 square feet of civic, government, and institutional uses. This picture also shows you where the SRA is, but also shows you where SSA 19 is. That is your companion item for this particular petition. As I mentioned, we're in the rural land stewardship area overlay. The process we go through is to designate the SRA. It's not a rezone, which is different from the normal entitlement process. And the location of the property is the northwest quadrant of Oil Well and State Road 29. And this petition, and Bob will get into a little bit more detail, is villages are intended to be primarily residential, and that's what this village is, primarily residential. The location of the property is in the pink area. The pink area is the portion over the RLSA that is the open area, which is intended to be where SRAs are to be designated. I'm not going to get into the details of villages because you've seen this before, and since we don't have any public speakers, I don't think we need to go through the details of all of this, but both your staff, your planning commission, and as Bob will take you through, we meet all of the criteria related to designating this property as a village. I'm going to go ahead now at this point and turn it over to Bob to go over briefly the master plan. And then with that, we're available to answer any questions you may have regarding the
Morning. For the record, Bob Mulhare with Bowman. As Rich indicated, the SRA is requesting 3,205 dwelling units, 2.63 units per acre. We exceed the open space requirement for a village. 35% open space is required, and we're providing basically 49.30, so substantially exceed that. The master plan, which I'll get to in just a minute, is designed to encourage pedestrian and bicycle circulation as is required by the stewardship program. We have 37.29 acres of active parks and community green space. Only 12.18 is required, 1% of the gross acreage, so we substantially exceed that number. There are 3 context zones. In the SRA, you have the ability, actually you have the requirement to create context zones. 2 are required, in neighborhood general and village center. But most of the villages that have gone through over the last few years have also created a separate context zone, which is permitted for affordable housing because the development standards are very different for that type of use. We do have direct access to Oil Well Road and State Road 29, and we're providing a 25-foot wide perimeter landscape buffer along those 2 arterial roadways. Just briefly, the neighborhood center is the largest area of the overall SRA at 1,131.26. Village center is 56 acres in size, and the affordable housing tract, which is required to be 2.5% of the overall acreage, is 30.45 acres. And this is the master plan. It may be a little bit hard to see. I'll see if I can make that a little bit bigger. Next slide, thank you. Perfect. Good thing I hear somebody whispering behind me. I needed that help. And you can see this project better. And here's Oil Well Road, State Road 29. You can see the access point to 29 here and to Oil Well Road right here. This area is the village center. Over here is the SSA. And I don't know if you noticed, but on the overall SRA map that Rich pointed out, where this area is designated pink, just to the west in this area right here is a proposed Panther corridor. So this designation assists with that benefit. Here's your affordable housing tract, school tract. So this is designed very similar to the other villages that you see, and that's because there are very specific requirements for design. We have a trip cap, as does every PUD and SRA that you see, and ours is 2,429 two-way adjusted average weekday PM peak hour trips, as is allowed for the TIS doesn't include additional commercial and civic square footage for the 305 affordable housing units. And there is a fair share contribution for State Road 29 oil well intersection improvements of $835,800. This exhibit shows you the connectivity. There's a main loop road, which is in purple right here. And then another main link road right here. And then there are sidewalks and 10-foot multi-use pathways throughout the project. We did have a neighborhood meeting in June of 2024, and because we hadn't gotten scheduled for public hearings within a year, we had another neighborhood meeting in almost a year to the day in June of June 23rd of 2025. In both of those, we had one participant who had a few questions, and that was it. As Rich mentioned, we have a recommendation for approval from the Planning Commission and the staff. And at this point, I'll open it up to any questions you might have.
Yeah, there was one slide that you went past that had a Planning Commission recommendation.
Sure.
It was unanimous.
Oh, okay. I didn't see it long enough to know if there was a specific.
Sorry about that. Yes, it was unanimously recommended approval.
All right. Any questions from the commission? Commissioner McDaniel.
I have no questions. If nobody else, I'd like to make a motion for approval.
Well, let's just for the record, because there is always a potential of litigation, that even though there's nobody here, let's have just a really brief staff report. See if there's any public comment, and then we'll take the motion.
Good morning, Commissioner Mike Bosey, Planning and Zoning Director. The SSA that was proposed on 9A has been reviewed by our development review team and environmental staff, and we've confirmed the NRI scores associated with the credits, and we feel that we're offering a recommendation of approval based upon that review and the collaboration with their environmental team in terms of the field verification of the NRI scores for the various credits that are being suggested. For the SRA proposal, staff is recommending approval as well. They're providing for the mandatory affordable housing as well as the required square footage for institutional, commercial, and light industrial type uses. With all that, staff is recommending approval on both of the petitions and would answer any questions the commission may have.
Seeing no questions, any speakers? We'll close the public hearing. Commissioner McDaniel, you have motion.
You want to do both of them, or you want two separate motions?
Let's do both of them at the same time.
I'll make a motion for both 9A and 9B. And, you know, as a comment with regard to it, these things don't happen in a vacuum. This development's been coming on for many, many years, and an enormous amount of communication, and an enormous amount of planning. And I'm pleased to make the recommendation for approval.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and second to approve both agenda items 9A and 9B. Seeing no further discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, that passed unanimously. Commissioner Hall.
I just want to make a comment about the project. This is, to me, this is the exact kind of project that we need to grow with. It's not in our normal regular traffic patterns. It's out there. It's got its own commercial. It's got its own schools. It's got its own fire station. I love the project, and I'm glad that we passed that unanimously. Thanks.
Ms. Patterson, then we'll move on.
Commissioners, that brings us to item 9C. This item does require that all participants be sworn in and commissioners provide ex parte disclosure. This is a recommendation to approve an ordinance to change the zoning classification of real property from a planned unit development zoning district, allowing mixed uses, to a residential planned unit development zoning district for the project to be known as the Mycelli PUD, to allow development of 63 residential units, to correct project acreage, and to provide for repeal of ordinance number 92-62, the Mycelli planned unit development. The subject property so the subject 8.63 plus minus acre property is located on the south side of Tamiami Trail East, 200 feet north of Raintree Lane in section 29, township 50 south, range 26 east, Collier County, Florida. With that, Commissioners, ex parte.
Commissioner Kowal.
Yes, I have meetings on this item.
Commissioner Hall.
Meetings as well.
Commissioner McAniel.
Yeah, meetings and calls, sir.
Commissioner LaCastro.
Meetings and emails.
And I have the same, meetings and emails, correspondence.
If all participants could stand to be sworn in by the court reporter, including anybody that is going to speak on public comment. Mr. Jovanovich.
Thank you. If I can ask Troy again, if there's
Is Kendall Miller one of yours?
no.
Okay, so I have one registered speaker for this item
Okay,
then,
thank you.
on Zoom.
Thank you. Again, good morning. For the record, Rich Jovanovich on behalf of the applicant. With me today is Jessica Harrelson, who is our planner for the project. Norm Trebilcock is our transportation consultant, and Jeremy Sturck is our environmental ecologist for the project. The proposed project is an existing PUD. It's a mixed-use PUD. It's 8.63 acres along Tamiami Trail. And our request is to rezone the project from a mixed-use project to a residential PUD to go to 63 units for the entire project. We are using the conversion of commercial provision within the growth management plan that would allow us to convert the almost 3 acres of commercial that is that portion of the project to residential. This is a little clearer, aerial of the project. We have been through a review of your staff. We've been through the review of the Planning Commission, and have met all the criteria for a residential PUD. The acreage we're asking for is consistent with your growth management plan. I'm sorry, the density we're asking for is consistent with your growth management plan. That's the consistent by policy map that I was referring to. And you can see this small little yellow square is where the commercial is. And as we all know that back in 1989, this little strip commercial was intended to go away and have more functional commercial space throughout Collier County, which was the activity center designations. That's the math, if you're interested in the math on how we got to the density for 63 units for the total project. This is our master plan, and I may have just answered the phone when I meant to turn it off. This is our master plan, and we've designed the project to where it basically meets the same development standards that exist today on the residential portion of the project. And by that I mean we have the same, we actually have lower heights, we're only 2 stories. Prior we could do 2 stories over parking. We have same setbacks. So we have designed this to be basically similar to what was previously there, but obviously we can have a few more residential units on the property. The comments that we really we received at the Planning Commission, and I don't know if the public speaker is going to talk to those comments, was they were concerned about height, which we brought down to the height that was already there. It's basically the same height as any single-family zoning district allows. And the comment we always hear is when you have an older community next to our community, is they're concerned about drainage. And we have analyzed this. Some of their rear of their lots do drain onto our property, so our water management system will incorporate the existing drainage that comes from their community, which is mathematically true and engineeringly true. We will actually make drainage better, because right now water just flows the way water flows. We will accumulate the water, we'll hold the water back, and we'll discharge it at a lower and slower rate than currently discharges. A lot of older communities have issues because they were built prior to the current engineering standards. David Hurst is here to answer any specific questions you may have regarding civil engineering. But those were the concerns that we heard both at our NIM and at the Planning Commission was height and concern about water management. We'll get a water management district permit, and we will actually probably improve the water management in the area by going forward with our project. That's a general overview of our project, and we're available to answer any questions you may have with regard to our request. Both your staff and the Planning Commission, well, the staff recommended approval, the Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval. We're on regular agenda because under the process, if anybody shows up at the Planning Commission or writes letters of objection, we don't qualify to be on the on the summary agenda. That's in sum and substance our project, and we're requesting that the Board of County Commissioners approve our request to rezone to a residential PUD.
All right, I don't see any commissioners lit up to ask questions, then we'll move over to the staff report.
There are no public comment?
We'll get to the public comment
Okay,
in
gotcha.
just a minute.
I'll ask. Excellent.
Morning again, Commissioners. Mike Bosey, Planning and Zoning Director. The Planning Commission heard the petition on October 2nd of 2025, and like I said, and as indicated by the applicant, they had recommended unanimous approval. Going into the hearing, staff had recommended approval to the Planning Commission and is recommending approval to the Board of County Commissioners. The Maselli PUD since 1992 has been a mixed-use PUD. No action's been going on. Nothing has transpired. The growth management plan has an encouragement to transition some of these commercial parcels that are outside of our activity centers to transition to residential. That encouragement is an opportunity for 16 units an acre when you do that. As a result of the conversion of going to the 63 units, it is a significant reduction within the overall traffic that will be associated with the project. And that's one of the main reasons staff has supported it. And as indicated during the Planning Commission, a number of residents for the neighborhood to the south of the facility had expressed concerns on water management. It's not the first time we've heard those from this neighborhood related to petitions in close proximity. As the applicant has indicated, they feel that the improvements to the property with the engineered system should bring better water management to the localized area, and for all those reasons, staff is supporting the petition and would answer any questions that you may have.
All right, any questions or comments from the commission on the staff report? Seeing none, Mr. Miller, are there any registered speakers?
I have one registered speaker on the Zoom, Kendall Miller. Kendall, you're being prompted to unmute yourself if you'll do so at this time. And Kendall, you're being prompted to unmute yourself. Hey, there you are. You have 3 minutes.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. Good morning. I am Kendall Miller. I'm a resident of 5203 Raintree Lane. That is the property kind of towards the end of where this development is going to be. I'm just wondering, are you able to share your drainage signage, what you've been doing the last month with the residents of our street, just to make sure all the water issues we have been having are going to actually be resolved?
Hang on just a second. Mr. Yovanovich, did you understand the question?
I didn't hear it all. I'm not really sure.
Ms. Miller, could you repeat the question?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, but
it was a little muffled.
If you'd repeat the question.
I'm just wondering, are you able to share your findings with what you've done for the last month and a half on drainage with the residents of our street?
All right, hang on. We have someone that's going to address that.
David Hurst from Peninsula Engineering, for the record. I'm not sure exactly what she's asking, but we are evaluating the overall system just to try and understand a little bit more about capacity of swales, et cetera, along the perimeter. But I haven't had any direct correspondence with any of the residents in the last month, so I'm a little unsure of what the question is. But.
All right, but bottom line, from what I understood from Mr. Yovanovich, is that there is some water that flows to your property that you're going to continue to handle.
Correct.
And the water that originates on your property, you're going to continue to maintain that.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Ms. Miller, do you have anything else?
Just a quick question. I'm not sure if you're able to answer this today, but we have our man-made pond that sits on our property with a little sliver of it sitting on their property. Most of our drainage canal water flows into it. I'm just curious to know, have they looked into that at all to see how their project is going to affect our man-made pond?
Well, we'll obviously, when we enter into the formal design process with the Water Management District, we have to evaluate where water is coming from as part of this process. I'm looking at an aerial right now, and the shorter answer is we have not looked at her man-made drainage pond at this point. I'm not even sure where it is on this aerial, but as part of the process, we have to look at all of that to determine what's coming onto our property and how we have to address it in our water management system. There is a swale along the rear of these properties that will be incorporated into our system.
Okay. Ms. Miller, thank you very much. Commissioner Castro.
Hey, Mr. Brozzi, can you come back to the podium, please? Thank you, Chairman. I mean, I wanted to just have you go on the record again, with maybe more specificity, but, the two complaints we always get from citizens when they have an empty field next to them and they either want it to be a dog park or nothing is they're worried about runoff, and that has merit, and they're worried about traffic, and that has merit. But usually it's just a kind of an open statement out there with very little engineering or details behind it. As you had stated earlier, the details all went to the Planning Commission and was unanimously approved. So I just want you to go on the record to answer these two questions. So if we left this zone the way it was and let it develop into a mixed use or commercial or something like that, would that create more traffic or less traffic than if we built these houses?
The proposal will reduce the traffic compared to what currently is allowed by the existing Maselli PUD.
And as you know, a lot of times when I have a town hall meeting, I infrequently bring county staff, but when I do, it's usually because the community has a very specific question about a nearby construction project or runoff. And even though I know at times they don't believe me, but if I had an empty lot next to me like this and we had 24 inches of rain, the water goes wherever it wants, and it goes to the lowest lying area, which is usually the houses, north, south, east, or west. If something's built on here, true or false, that before they start buying curtains for the windows of the new houses, a very detailed plan that goes through the Water Management District, through us, actually allows for more formal sewer, drainage, all of the above. It doesn't mean that somebody might not have puddling in front of their house, but a lot of times the complaint is, well, I never had a puddle in front of my driveway, but now I have one, and it's because of the apartment building you built, and sometimes it's apples and oranges. The previous lack of puddling was a small rainstorm, and then we have Hurricane Ian, and then, it's being blamed on the construction project. But what I want to ask you, and if you want to add any more detail into it, we don't just sort of put our thumb in the air and say approved and let's see what happens. But if this project was approved, a big chunk of what would have to be done before shovels went in the ground for the houses would have to be what you alluded to briefly in the beginning, which would be significant drainage plan, retention pond, a whole bunch of things that don't exist now, and allows the water to go everywhere. So can you elaborate on that, or even just confirm what I said or deny?
Yes, Commissioner Castro. As you can see on the visualize, that red area right now is just a natural area, undeveloped. It has no stormwater control systems. It has no engineering plans associated with. As Mr. Hurst has indicated, they've done a preliminary assessment. They will have to work with the Water Management District to be able to hold water for the required period of time before it's discharged to the appropriate locations. So when this project is constructed, at the end of the day, that red area will have an engineered water management system associated with it, which will improve the overall drainage for the area. Now, what I will say is the Rain Tree areas, the Maple Lane area, these are older developments, so they're a little bit lower lying. They still will have some drainage issues, but that red area will be able to be controlled, and the discharge rate will be specifically allocated to the correct areas towards where it drains off to. So it will be an improvement to the overall water management system for the area.
Thank you.
All right. We have no other registered speakers, no other comments. Ready for a motion?
Do it. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought there was still somebody else. I'll make a motion to approve as is.
Second.
I just wanted Mr. Jovanovich to sit there for a few minutes, wondering what was gonna happen.
Let's let them all stew in their
It
own
was getting
juices.
really,
Oh, boy.
I don't think we've gotten a second yet, have we?
Yes,
yes,
Okay. All right. All right. There's still an opportunity to withdraw your second. We have a motion second. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, that passed unanimously.
Thank you, I think.
Commissioners, that brings us to our items that were formerly on the summary and consent agenda. So that is item 9E, which is now, 17E, which is now 9D, 17F, which is now 9E, 17G, which is now 9F, and 16B9, which is now 11D. And so I will read these into the record before we get started.
Before we start on that, we're going to wind up taking a break here in about 15 or 20 minutes. Mr. Jovanovich, is there any objection to if we're going to be in the middle of these petitions?
That's fine.
We could either go to something else for a few minutes, come back after the break and take these items up so it won't be a...
I'm happy to take a break in the middle of this
Okay.
item if that works, because I know
All right.
you have another time sensitive at 11, and I'd rather.
All right.
But if I may, well, let's do what you normally do, but I do have a question on the presentation.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and proceed and see where we can get with this.
All right, Commissioners, so the new 9D, this is a recommendation to approve a rezoning from rural agricultural zoning district within the rural fringe mixed use district overlay receiving lands to a residential planned unit development zoning district within the rural fringe mixed use district overlay receiving lands for the project to be known as the Greenway Fritchie RPUD to allow development of up to 1,299 residential dwelling units with affordable housing. The subject property, consisting of 227.09 plus minus acres, is located in the northeastern intersection of Greenway Road and Fritchie Road in Section 7, Township 51 South, Range 27 East, Collier County, Florida. Its companion items are item 17F, now 9E, which is a recommendation to approve ordinances amending the Collier County Growth Management Plan, specifically amending the future land use element and map series to establish the Greenway Fritchie residential overlay on property within the agricultural, rural fringe mixed use district receiving lands, allowing the development of up to 1,299 single family and multifamily dwelling units, including affordable housing, and amending the conservation and coastal management element policy 6.1.7 to reduce the littoral shelf planting requirements. And its next companion is item 17G, now 9F. This is a recommendation to approve petition VAC-PL 202400001248 to disclaim, renounce, and vacate the county and the public interest in the 60-foot wide public roadway Laredo Street as described in Official Record Book 1033 at pages 1087, 1098, 1099, 1103, 1107, 1122, and 1126 of the Public Records of Collier County, Florida, located in Section 7, Township 51 South, Range 27 East, Collier County, Florida, to approve the quitclaim deeds and authorize the chair to execute quitclaim deeds conveying the public interest in Laredo Street to clear title and to accept the compensating right-of-way easements from petitioners. And finally, its last companion item, formerly item 16B9, now 11D, is a recommendation to approve and execute the attached developer agreement with Greenway Fritchie Land LLC and Habitat for Humanity of Collier County, Inc. to coordinate the developer project with improvements to both Greenway Road and Fritchie Road. With that, we have the, ex parte, Commissioners.
Commissioner Cobalt.
Yeah. Formerly a summary. Yes, I do have meetings, and email.
Commissioner Hall.
Meetings and emails as well.
And Commissioner LaCastro.
Meetings and emails.
Great. And I have the same. And when Commissioner McDaniel gets back, we'll go through his ex parte, which most likely will be the same.
Before you get started, we gotta have everybody stand to be sworn in by the court reporter, please, including anybody that's gonna provide public comment. Mr. Yovanovich.
Thank you. I did notice one public speaker, but Troy, is there anybody else on Zoom?
I have no one for this.
No one for this at all?
I have no one for the under any of these item numbers, 9D, E, F, 17s, none of them.
Right, if there's anyone in the public, in the audience that wishes to speak on this item, we'll permit you to fill out a form right now, but otherwise we're going to close the public hearing. All right, we have no registered speakers. If something pops up, we'll I'm sorry.
Oh, I am so sorry. I missed Tony Pierce, which is my fault because I talked to him about this yesterday. Please forgive me.
Okay, all right. So we'll get to Mr. Pierce then.
And I'll do my I apologize. I have ex parte on this item, meetings and phone calls.
We don't need you to go into details.
Nature calls.
No,
Where were you? Well, I had to.
What were you doing?
You want to know what I was doing?
Can we roll the footage with the cameras back there?
Mr. Yovanovich.
What I intend to do is, since we were on summary agenda, I was going to do a brief overview of the project. Since Commissioner LaCastro pulled us off the summary agenda and staff pulled us off summary agenda, I'm assuming we were pulled off a summary agenda because of a letter received from Attorney Mr. Pierce. I was going to just do a general overview and then respond to anything that Mr. Pierce may bring up in his comments. Obviously any questions. I'm not trying to give this short shrift, but since this was on the summary agenda.
We're just giving you an opportunity to make whatever record you want to make.
Got 8 minutes.
I got 8 minutes? Thank you. Anyway, for the record, Rich Yovanovich on behalf of the applicant, which is basically, and I'll use the term loosely, it's a joint development between the Greenway Fritchie Land LLC and Habitat for Humanity of Collier County, Inc. Mr. Torres represents Greenway Fritchie LLC, and Mike Solorzano is here with Habitat. I don't see Lisa at this time, but I may have missed her. Taylor Whitcomb is also here with Florida Star Development, which is affiliated with Mr. Torres. Mr. Mulher is our professional planner. Norm Bilcock is our transportation consultant. Matthew DiFrancesco is our civil engineer. Mr. Chastain is also one of our planners, and Bethany Brocious is our environmental consultant for this particular project. This is the subject property. It's not totally at the end of Greenway, but it's pretty far down on Greenway where Greenway intersects with Fritchie Road. It's a 227-acre parcel of property. Basically, this portion is owned by Habitat for Humanity, and then the remainder is owned by Mr. Torres's company. Bob will take you through the master plan briefly to show you where those two parcels are. As has been mentioned, we have 4 items related to this project. We have basically 2 growth management plan amendments, 1 PUD, a road vacation to vacate this road that really never has been accepted by Collier County. And in return, and I'll get into this briefly later in the presentation, and in exchange for vacating that road, we're providing additional road right-of-way for both Fritchie and Greenway, and I'll address it now. The resolution in your packet needs to be revised to reflect the warranty deeds from us to the county for the replacement right-of-way, and then separately there are quitclaim deeds from the county to us for Laredo, but there was a mix-up in the resolution to where the deeds were flip-flopped. Your deeds to us were originally referenced in the resolution. So the resolution has been corrected to reference that the warranty deeds from us to you are as what's actually occurring in the resolution. We're requesting 1,299 total units on the project, which is an overall project density of 5.72 units per acre. We started one of our growth management plan amendments related to the density and the affordable housing prior to the land development code being amended to update the new matrix. You had the provision in your growth management plan to allow us to ask for up to 12.2 units per acre, but you didn't have the amended matrix. So we started the process before you had amended the matrix to create our subdistrict. That now our subdistrict is consistent with both your existing growth management plan, which is 12.2 units per acre, and your land development code matrix that would allow us to go to 6.2 units per acre. We are providing 20% of the units, which is 260 dwelling units, as for sale product at the 80% and below income category. And then one of the other growth management plan amendments is related to the littoral plantings. We are going to consolidate the littoral plantings and provide additional plantings and reduce the littoral plantings to 10% of the lake surface instead of 30%. And your environmental staff has agreed that that is a better environmental outcome than the current requirements in the growth management plan. You've seen both the comp plan amendments before. This is a large-scale comprehensive plan amendment. So it goes to the state first, comes back. There were no significant state comments. Then it comes back here for adoption. So today we're doing the adoption hearing for the 2 growth management plan amendments, and we're doing the hearing for the PUD rezone.
Mr. Yovanovitch,
Yes.
could you repeat the number of housing units that are going to be workforce housing or
They're
affordable at the 80% or below?
260.
I'm sorry?
260. 260.
Okay.
So this is probably one of the larger for sale affordable housing projects in the county.
Because we've had some comments concerning single-family homes and that sort of thing, and so this is part of the puzzle.
Correct.
For that.
Right. The property is in the rural fringe mixed-use district, not to be confused with the RLSA. This is in the receiving area portion of the rural fringe mixed-use district, which is where development is to occur. And this is the location where affordable housing was intended to be provided within the rural fringe mixed-use district. I'm not going to get into the details of when this occurred, but again, the growth management plan, as I'm pointing out, would allow us to ask for 12.2 units, and we're asking for less than 6. And we could get 6 bonus units under the current land development code. The existing zoning is ag. I know Mr. Klatzko is not going to be happy with me, but we would like on the habitat portion of the property to be able to keep ag as an interim use until they pull their first CO. So we'd like to modify the permitted uses to allow ag to stay on that R2 parcel. I think we could do it anyway, but we just want to make it clear that that's a permitted use and would not be considered a non-conforming use under this. And I apologize for not bringing this up earlier.
I don't have an issue with that. I mean, until they break ground, let them farm.
Well, he said CO. He didn't say talk about breaking ground.
Breaking ground is fine for the first residential unit, if that would be
Okay.
acceptable.
At the point of breaking ground on the first residential unit.
In the R2 piece.
In the R2 piece, it'll be considered R2 as opposed to agricultural. I don't have an issue with that.
Okay.
But I did have an issue if it was going to be the CO.
Okay, that's fine. Thanks, just fine. I lost my train of thought. This is the overall master plan. I'll have Bob come up here and briefly go over it. But this is the R2 piece we were just discussing. That's the piece owned by Habitat. And this is the piece owned by Mr. Torres's company. With that, we'll turn it over to Bob to go through. Actually, you're at your...
Yeah. Well, let me see if there are any questions, because I don't know if we need to go through any detail on the master plan, unless there's some questions on the master plan. Let's go ahead and see, is there a staff report? And then we'll get to the speaker. We're going to take a break, but I think we can finish this and then take a break until on our 11 o'clock time certain. So let's see where we go.
Mike Bosey, Plan and Zoning Director, and real quickly, staff is supporting the petitions. This was recommended by the Planning Commission. We answer any questions that you may have.
All right. No one is lit up for questions. Let's go to the public comment.
Mr. Pierce, Tony Pierce. And again, Tony, I'm sorry, I don't know.
No problem, Troy.
Brain fade.
No problem. Thank you. Members of the board, staff, thank you. Tony Pierce with the law firm Woodward Pierce Lombardo. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm representing Fiddler's Creek Community Development District Number 1 and Fiddler's Creek Community Development District Number 2. They are the 2 community development districts for the Fiddler's Creek community, 951-41 in Collier County. My focus is, and my client's concern is, on one item alone, a fair share contribution for the traffic signal at the intersection of Sandpiper 41 and Greenway. The prior rezonings that occurred in this area, the 7-Eleven that's currently at the northwest corner of Greenway and 41, was required to have a fair share contribution, and that's estimated to be approximately 16% of the cost of the signal. There was another rezoning you had earlier this year in February, I believe, the Tamiami Trail East rezoning, that they were also required to have a fair share contribution, and it's estimated theirs might be 9%. At the present time, the traffic signal is estimated to cost $1.9 million. My understanding is, from talking with the chairman of one of the districts, Mr. Schmidt, that contract is not yet closed out. And what we're asking for is a fair share contribution. And in my letter that I sent to you last week, I had suggested language, the language that's similar to the language, almost exactly the language that was in the Tamiami Trail rezoning. And that was on the second page of my letter. I have a separate sheet of that language if you all would like to see that now, but I have provided that in my letter earlier.
Why don't you give that to the county manager and she can put it up on the.
Okay,
visualizer.
excuse me. I'll give one to Terry. Apologize for, I had asked back in October 21st, after the October 16th Planning Commission meeting, for a draft of the developer agreement, because the PUD says transportation commitments, as far as this would go with regards to that, would be in a companion developer agreement. And there was no developer agreement in the Planning Commission agenda packet for October 16th. The Planning Commission did not see, to my knowledge, a developer agreement draft. I asked for it on October 21st. I got a response back later on. It was like in November. I asked again, where is it? And it was the response I received from staff was, we anticipate the DCA being on the December 9th agenda, but do not have an executed document yet. And then I said, please send whatever drafts you have. And then I got tied up in other matters, so I did not make another request until November 25th. I made a public records request. I said, drafts, if I may have one more minute?
Yeah, we'll let you go a little longer. You've got a specific issue with the agreement, so unless you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And so then I asked for, and on December 1st, I received the drafts. And then last week, December 3rd, the agenda packet had the development agreement signed by the developer back November 6th, I believe. So that's when the letter went out in December 4th. And so to that extent, that's why at that time I requested, and I appreciate it being pulled off the consent and summary agendas. I'm not here on the vacation issue. It's not the GMP, but it's the rezoning, and not the rezoning per se that's a problem. It's the developer agreement that's a companion item to the rezoning. Would like to have the specific language requested in there for a fair share contribution. And that's a request of both Fiddler's Creek Community Development District number 1 and number 2. There's approximately 3,000 residential units and thousands of residents.
I don't see anybody lit up at this point. Mr. Yovanovich, you have a response?
Yes. First of all, for the record, I don't like the position my client was put in to have to respond to this without having been contacted at all ahead of time. I don't think that it's fair or appropriate to learn about this on a Friday afternoon. So putting that aside, let's talk a little bit of history. The property that Mr. Pierce's client now is the 2 CDs was originally approved in 1984 as the Marco Shores PUD. And since 1984, there was a commitment for that property that was now known as Fiddler's Creek to pay for and provide traffic signals at all new project entrances on 951 and US 41. So since 1984, it's been a financial obligation of that project to provide those traffic signals. In 1996, the PUD was amended to specifically say it could be the CDD. So for 29 years, it's been a CDD financial obligation to provide those traffic signals so that the original development that got approved with those commitments could go forward. The document that was attached to Mr. Pierce's letter was a 2018 version of the Fiddler's Creek PUD, which would lead me, when I read it, to think that's when the commitment occurred. But it didn't. It occurred in 1984. This traffic signal that is currently operational purely came about because of the traffic generated from the 1984 project that has been subsequently amended 7 times. If we didn't build a single unit, that traffic signal would still be there. So we're not the cause of that traffic signal. That happens throughout projects that get developed in Collier County. Developers have obligations to build certain infrastructure because of that development. Developers don't come back and say, you know what, there's other people now using that infrastructure. Make someone else share in those expenses. The benefit that was provided was an approval, and they were required to provide those traffic signals. Because 2 other developers decided that it was in their financial interest to capitulate at a planning commission meeting to a fair share obligation doesn't mean my client should capitulate. And in fact, there was a lot of discussion at the planning commission meeting, and I have the minutes, at which the question came about, what was my client willing to pay for? And my client said he's willing to pay for the upgrades he's going to be required to make to that intersection. He's not going to ask anybody else to share. Even though they're going to benefit from driving through that intersection and turn lanes he's going to extend, he's not going to agree. He's not going to ask anybody else. Not going to show up at someone else's zoning hearing and say, please make them share in what I agreed I would do. We're not going to do that. We said that at the meeting, and we said we were not willing to pay for the existing traffic signal. But there's no legal requirement for my client to pay for that traffic signal. My client's going to have to make further improvements to that intersection at his expense. And we think it's inappropriate to require us to now share in an expense and an obligation that the CDD had at that time. I think it would be unprecedented to now come in after a signal's been accepted by the county and now say, guess what? Stroke a check to someone else.
All right, we're in a little bit of a difficult situation up here. We've got 2 attorneys that are arguing about the fair share agreement that we probably don't have a whole lot of knowledge about. What's the pleasure of the board? We have a couple options. We can simply move forward with the vote on the approval as is. We can direct the 2 attorneys to sit down and try to work something out, or we can pick a side right now and say Mr. Piers is correct and require the agreement, or Mr. Yovanovich is correct. So, Mr. LaCastro.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll give you my feeling on it. I'm prepared to make a motion. I mean, I think we all want to ensure the right thing happens. You know, Commissioner Hall that's one of his. You know, my line is always the juice isn't worth the squeeze, and you know, he always says, you know, hey, what would I want to have done to me, and that does hold water. But also, what's in writing, even if it goes back many, many years, also holds water, because we have to be very careful about precedent. And so some notes that I wrote here, and then I invite either side to tell me if I'm incorrect, and maybe we do that after the break. I'm not sure, but I'll just throw my position out there. I think current language mandates for no obligation for your client to cost share anything. So it might be a nice to do. And if you all are, working together and, you want to help fair share something, but I think your client's got a whole bunch of expenses coming down the pipe that nobody else is sharing in. That is his responsibility, and I'm not saying other people have to share. So I think the way this is written, it might sound very complicated with all these slides, but we've met at great length. I read Tony's letter at great length and talked to the staff at quite a bit. I think this would be a nice to do, but we got to be careful of nice to dos, because then it sets the precedent. I can see reaching out to existing businesses already built that are benefiting and should have a fair share cost for the light, but you're not one of those. And so I look at it as, I'll go back to what I said at the beginning, this would be a nice to do, but I wouldn't want to mandate it. If you all do want to get together and see if, you want to give each other a Christmas present, that's great. But I don't support that either, because then it sets a bad precedent. And so I think the way I read the language, the way I look at past history, which does matter, even though we're quoting 2018 and 1986, and all that is the direction. And if somebody wanted to change it, then we should have changed it. So I'm happy with the way this is. I'm happy with not mandating you to do fair share. And I'll just throw one hypothetical out there. If the two attorneys switch podiums right now, Tony, I bet you would fight for your client to not fair share anything. And that would be being a good attorney. So I look at it as, if we're really trying to do the right thing, it shouldn't matter if we switch here. You would both be in agreement for some sort of fair share, and I don't think you would be. And then in the end, like I said, I just go back to the language here, and I think the language says that this isn't something your client has the responsibility to pick up the tab. I would go after those other entities that are already established and make sure they're all paying their fair share. And then I look forward to all the improvements that are coming down that might even exceed any check you might write now if we mandated that. But I personally don't support mandating that. I think as it is the motion I would make.
Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm along the same lines. Nothing was ever written in the original 1984, the first light, that said, hey, if there's any other future development, then we're going to require a fair share. Your client, Mr. Jovanovich, has already agreed to improve the light at his cost for any additional load and the other side is going to be able to benefit, like you mentioned. I don't think, and Ms. Scott can probably verify, but I don't think that we've ever clawed back to a former developer any requirements to cost share in any improvements made to our road system.
For the record, Trinity Scott, Transportation Management Services Department Head. Commissioner Hall, you're correct. We went back and looked through our tracking system. I've been in transportation planning since 2015, and I can't think of a time when we have hit a development that wasn't already approved for a traffic signal. So someone that came in after the signal was operational. We looked back at our records. We couldn't find any time where the county had done that.
Okay, thank you. I certainly understand the ask. There's no harm in that, and it makes good sense. But I think in this case that I'll definitely support not making any cost sharing.
All right, Commissioner Cowell.
Thank you, Chairman. And I kind of am in line with my two colleagues up here and shared kind of the same sentiments I was going to speak upon. And I think the key word is precedence here. I think this is something that, that I surely don't want to be part of setting a precedence into the future, or even having people come back later, or people that already have done construction and saying, well, where's my fair share now? So that's just a slippery slope I surely don't want to go down, especially hearing from staff and hearing from our attorneys that this is something we've never really done before in the history of the board. It's something you usually agree on at the time you're making your negotiations to get your project over the finish line. And when you agree to that, that's your commitment. It's not committing to say, well, we're going to do it because I think somebody might build something 10 years from now and they're going to help us out. That's not what's in front of the dais that day. It's pretty much a done deal. So kind of feel the same way.
Commissioner Castro. Then
Well, having said that, I appreciate the comments of my colleagues, and I certainly agree with it. The person who came to the podium before, and we've had these comments before, this is why we do pull things off of the consent and summary, not only so that you guys can make your case, but also so that it doesn't look like one person's pushing all the buttons. You see that after we all read this in private, it's not like we had a big meeting together. We all come to a very similar conclusion. So unless there's any other comments, I'll make a motion. There's so many numbers on here, so I don't know how we have to do it. But if we have to go through each one,
unless there's some objection from the petitioner, we will take items 17E, 17F, 17G, and 16BH, the Greenway Fitchie Residential Plan Unit Development Projects, which are now 9D, 9E, 9F, and 11D. We'll take that in one motion.
It's fine.
If there's no objection. I agree with my colleagues as well. I feel a little uncomfortable being here at this point to try to negotiate something. And I would say this to both attorneys in the future. If there's an issue like this, let us know much further in advance than a few days before a hearing. That's not a criticism, it's just because I understand this probably came to you rather suddenly as well, but it puts us in a very awkward position that I personally don't like to be in, trying to decide who's being correct and who's not. So I support the motion. So the motion will be
Sir,
to that
motion
effect.
for all, as is.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Seeing no further discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, pass unanimously. We'll take
Thank
a
you.
break until 11, and we'll take up the Tom Certain at 11 o'clock.
Thank you for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
we're on the 11 o'clock time certain.
Yes, sir, that brings us to item 11B, our 11 o'clock time certain. This is a recommendation to authorize the county attorney to advertise for future consideration an ordinance amending Chapter 74 of the Collier County Code of Laws and Ordinances, the Collier County Consolidated Impact Fee Ordinance, providing for the incorporation by reference of the following 8 impact fee studies. Collier County Road Impact Fee Update Study dated October 8th, 2025. Collier County Emergency Medical Services Impact Fee Update Study dated October 8th, 2025. The Collier County Law Enforcement Impact Fee Update Study dated October 8th, 2025. The Collier County Correctional Facilities Impact Fee Update Study dated October 8th, 2025. The Collier County Government Buildings Impact Fee Update Study dated October 8th, 2025. The Collier County Libraries Impact Fee Update Study dated October 8th, 2025. And the Collier County School, nope, I'm sorry, I lost my place. The Collier County Parks and Recreation Impact Fee Update Study dated October 8th, 2025. The Collier County School Impact Fee Update Study dated October 8th, 2025. Amending Impact Fee Rate Scheduled 1, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 of Appendix A, providing additional eligibility requirements for participation in impact fee programs, providing impact fee study update requirements, providing for conflict and severability, providing for inclusion in the Collier County Code of Laws and Ordinances, and providing for an effective date for all rate schedule decreases on February 1st, 2026 for Phase 1, and the effective date for all rate schedule increases, new and or replacement land use categories shall be delayed to May 1st, 2026 for Phase 1, May 1st, 2027 for Phase 2, May 1st, 2028 for Phase 3, and May 1st, 2029 for Phase 405. I got that out of order. Apologies. Mr. Gino Santa Barbara, your Impact Fee Manager, is here to begin the presentation.
All right. While he's getting ready, Mr. Klatzkow, I'm going to ask you a question concerning Senate Bill 180. We received a letter from the CBIA asking whether or not Senate Bill 180 applies. And I'm going to ask you that question sometime during the hearing, not right now, but just so you have an opportunity to check on that. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Gino Santa Barbara. I'm your Impact Fee Manager. Amy went through most of the highlights of the amendment to Chapter 74 of the Collier County Code of Laws and Ordinance, but I did create a quick slide just going over the 8 updated impact fee studies. Quickly, it adopts and incorporates by reference the 8 updated impact fee studies. It amends the corresponding impact fee rate schedules. In addition, the amendment establishes clear eligibility requirements for participation in county impact fee programs and clarifies our impact fee study update provisions to ensure consistency with Florida Statute 163.31801. It also amends and includes the standard conflict and servability provisions, and it sets the effective dates as mentioned before. Today with us we have Negan Camp with Alfred Benesch and Company. She's going to walk you through the next set of slides summarizing the methodology behind the 8 impact fee studies, and she's going to highlight the key changes in the proposed fee schedules. And with that, Negan Camp.
Good morning, Negan Camp with Benesch. We have a brief presentation starting with the background, purpose, and then going through the technical study and next steps. The purpose of the impact fee study is to reflect the current data and also the most localized data, which is part of the legal requirements related to impact fees. Impact fees, by definition, are a one-time capital charge to new development. They cover the cost of new capital projects. They cannot be used for maintenance or operations, but they do free up general tax dollars for those programs, so they indirectly help them. They help implement the capital improvement plans. Impact fees were governed by case law for a long time in Florida, and then in 2006 we had the Impact Fee Act pass. It had multiple changes since then. Some of its key requirements are that the fees be based on most recent and localized data, and recent is defined as data available within the past 4 years. There's a minimum of 90-day notice requirement once the fees are adopted before they can be implemented. The law allows local governments to discount and waive fees for qualified affordable workforce housing. And if there's any challenge to the fee now, the local governments have to show that their fees are correct. It used to be the other way around. In 2021, we had House Bill 337 pass. It put some limits on fee increases, and also it requires some phasing of those increases. So if the increase is between up to 25%, it has to be over 2 years, 25 to 50% over 4 years. They cannot be increased more than 50%, and they cannot be increased more than once every 4 years. There's an exception clause if the local government shows extraordinary circumstances, holds 2 public workshops discussing those circumstances, and if the increase is approved by 2/3 of the governing body, it could be higher than 50%, or it could be and may not need to be phased. We had another bill this year that passed, Senate Bill 1080, not 180, but 1080, that made use of this clause more difficult, and it basically needs, as of January, it requires that the increase is approved by unanimous vote, and also the local governments that haven't increased their fees over the past 5 years don't qualify to use this clause. The technical study is using a consumption-based methodology, which is very common in Florida. It's also your adopted methodology. It charges new growth based on the value of the infrastructure that it's consuming, and fees are calculated in a manner that they ensure that new development is not charged for any existing deficiencies, which is one of the legal requirements. So basic formula looks at cost to add capacity, so that's really the value of your capital assets. From that, any other revenue sources that are going to be contributed by future development is subtracted, so that we are not charging new growth twice, once through the fee and once through the tax. And then that net cost is multiplied by demand, which is measured in terms of travel for transportation, student generation rates for schools, and population for the other fees. The impact fee has several components. It starts with documenting the capital inventory for each service area, reviews the service area boundaries, level of service. Cost component reflects the cost of providing that capital inventory. Credit component accounts for any other revenue sources that are being contributed from new development. And finally, demand component takes the net cost and distributes it among land users based on their impact. So this chart shows the calculated impact fee by service area, and you can see the total calculated impact fee for single-family home, like mid-sized single-family home, is about $30,500. About half of this is from schools, and schools and roads together make up about almost 80% of that fee. They tend to be very expensive in terms of capital, and that's what is reflected in the fees. Other services such as law, EMS, so on, tend to be more operationally heavy. In the case of schools, they are both operationally and capital heavy. And then in the case of non-residential, again, transportation makes the most of that fee. This chart is showing the calculated fee for several example land uses, current adopted fee, the percent change, and then the maximum allowable fee under the Florida statutes with that 50% limit applied to each service area. So currently, a mid-sized single-family home is paying about $23,000. That could go up to $27,900 or so at the most, which is a 22% increase. And then you can kind of see in the case of non-residential, some are going down because of the changes to the demand variables, and some are increasing. So in terms of next steps, we are here today to get your input, direction, and answer any questions, and then move forward with the implementation process.
All right, I don't see anybody lit up for any questions at this point. Ms. Patterson, do you have anything to add before we go to public comment?
No, sir. I'll hold my comments till after the public speakers.
Do we have any public speakers?
Yes, sir. We have 6 registered speakers. Your first speaker is Amy Perwin. She'll be followed by Stephanie Lucarelli. Amy has been seated 3 additional minutes from Nancy Chisholm. Nancy, can you indicate you're present? Thank you. Amy, I hope I said the last name right, and you have 6 minutes.
You did. Nice job. My name is Amy Perwin, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Education Ambassadors. We are a coalition founded by the American Association of University Women Greater Naples Chapter, the Interfaith Alliance of Southwest Florida, and the League of Women Voters Collier County. Our local organizations have come together to support public education in Collier County, and the statement I'm about to read has been approved by all 3 of our local organizations. First of all, thank you to the county commissioners and county staff for working to update the impact fees to meet the future needs of our A-rated school district. We appreciate that the county has spent the time and money to hire an expert consultant to examine growth projections and the impact of this growth. The technical report issued by the consultant is thorough and sound, and we strongly encourage this board to adopt the school impact fee as recommended by the expert consultant. Hopefully, all of us understand the importance of strong public schools to our community. The majority of our community's children are educated in our public schools. Our students are the next generation of workers, and a well-educated workforce is important for making Collier a strong county. Excellent schools also attract new residents to our county, and the quality of a school district is a major consideration when families decide to relocate. Families are important because they often include workers that keep this county functioning. For residents that do not have children in our schools, good schools support and enhance individual property values. Further, our school buildings function as hurricane shelters during times of emergency. Well-funded and well-built schools benefit everyone in our community. The intent of impact fees is to charge a new build its proportionate share of the cost. Current homeowners should not carry the financial burden of building new schools to handle new growth. The impact fees were last updated 10 years ago, and much has changed since then. This county has experienced growth, which resulted in the district needing to build 3 new schools. Due to responsible budgeting and planning, CCPS paid for the new schools without borrowing money and has saved the taxpayers $40 million. However, based on the projections for the future, this trajectory will not continue. Without an increase in impact fees, the district is at risk of needing to borrow money for schools at a time when interest rates are high and educational funding from the state of Florida has been flat. Today, you have the opportunity to help secure the future of our school district by adopting the impact fees recommended by the expert consultant. We hope this commission takes the education of our children seriously and adopts the impact fees at the fully recommended rate. And I now would like to speak on my own behalf. So I'm a CCPS parent and taxpayer. Our family moved here because of the schools. And in fact, we decided to not move to another city that I will not name because we were concerned about that school district. My children have received an excellent education in our Collier County schools and have decided to stay in Florida and attend Florida universities. As a parent, I hope they want to return and contribute to our local community. When we moved here more than 10 years ago, we purchased a new house. I, at the time, did not realize that impact fees were included in the cost of the home, but I would not have cared. The additional cost was minimal, but the impact was great. The fees help the district continue its important work of educating our next generation. We should all recognize that the students we educate in our schools today will be the ones working throughout our county. They'll be in our tourism industry and service industry. They'll work in our businesses, in our local government. They'll be in our doctor's offices, our hospitals, and our healthcare facilities. Public education is a public good for all residents of Collier County. Having attended personally most of the school board meetings over the past 3 years, I have seen how well the district manages taxpayer funds. I strongly encourage you to support the revised impact fees as proposed. These fees were determined by careful and thorough study. Our students, both current and future, are counting on your support. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Stephanie Lucarelli. She'll be followed by Tim Mosier.
Good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. Stephanie Lucarelli, a longtime resident, mother of 4, and Collier County School Board Chair. The recommendation for the impact fees was a unanimous vote by the entire school board, so just to let you know. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about impact fees. As we all know, Collier County is experiencing significant growth. Many people choose to move here because of 3 things: our safe community, quality health care, and our high-quality schools. Even people who no longer have school-aged children continue to recognize that our high-quality schools signify high quality of life, enhanced property values, lower crime rates, improved economic development, and an overall greater investment in our area. In addition, CCPS has responded to and is committed to supporting the needs of this community. We have created specific programs to help our businesses by graduating skilled workers who can move directly into careers right after high school. As an example, we will be graduating 32 RN nurses at the end of August. Even our developers and our builders are benefiting from some of these programs. We have construction programs within our schools. Impact fees are vital funds that allow us to address the growing needs of our school system without overburdening our current taxpayers. These fees charged to new development are specifically designated for funding school infrastructure, such as new classrooms, schools, facilities, and transportation. In essence, they help build the educational foundation needed for our expanding population. Fully funded impact fees ensure that the developers benefiting from and contributing to the growth of our county are also helping to fund the necessary resources that come with it. I understand how costs of building have been increasing. The high school that we just built 3 years ago cost us $97 million. If we were to build that school today, just as another county in Florida is trying to mimic that exact model, only actually a little bit smaller, it is $200 million. Being able to pay cash for that school saved the taxpayers over $40 million. We've also just built an elementary school, and we have another elementary school coming online for next August. While the new high school and middle school are not yet on the 5-year plan, we know they will be coming as our middle schools are just under capacity, and Palmetto Ridge High School is over 100% capacity, even though we just built a new high school. In closing, I urge you to consider the implications of funding impact fees for CCPS and approve the requested rate. Let us continue to work together to ensure our growing community maintains exceptional education for our children and positive outcomes for our residents. By supporting these impact fees, you're not only investing in our schools, but all of Collier County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Tim Mosier. He'll be followed by Amelia Vasquez.
I would just like to thank you guys for the consideration of the impact fees and passing that. Just a little bit of history on that. We have built 3 new schools in the last 4 years on that, and it's all been paid for by impact fees. Just a little bit of history lesson. We have this year we'll be paying off our bonds at $36 to $38 million a year. So looking forward to have these impact fees to cover that would be greatly appreciated. And growth should pay for growth. I've been working in this county since 2001, and as you all know, we have just grown incredibly. I mean, NCH, I used to deal with all the hospitals, built NCH North, and everyone kind of laughed at it, saying we'll never use that hospital. It's at capacity now. And then we used to run trucks down Immokalee to Oil Well Road, and there's virtually no development out there, and you can see how much it's gone. All the development is given more residents, more schools, and more of everything else. Now the money that we're saving from when we get finished with the bonds, or now we're going to put back into the schools because it's been over 20 years, and that's going to pay for the new air conditioning systems and everything else, the maintenance of the building, because it's on a 20-year term around for building. So I greatly appreciate this, and thank you, and have a nice day.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Amelia Vasquez, and she'll be followed by Diane Van Paris.
Good morning, Commissioners and Chair Saunders. For the record, my name is Amelia Vasquez. I'm the Executive Officer for the Collier Building Industry Association. CBIA and our Impact Task Force have spent several months reviewing the proposed impact fee updates. We monitored DSAC, participate in productivity committee meeting, met with county and school district staff, and reviewed the benefit studies and the CCPS Capital Improvement Plan and the Florida Impact Fee Act. Our concerns focus on 3 areas. First, alignment between the proposed school impact fees and CCPS capital plan. The CIP shows $76.4 million in reserves over the next 5 years, about $95 million in projected school impact fee revenue, and no new schools projected program until 2029. Only a transportation facility is scheduled. The impact fee requires that recent localized data between 4 years and a clear nexus between new development and additional student stations and the user revenue. We're not alleging noncompliance from CCPS, but CCPS owned planning document raises reasonable questions about near-term need and the balance. Second, underlying assumptions in the school impact fee study. The study assumes $75,000 per square acres in future school sites, but several communities east of 951 have binding school and civic site agreements for $22,500 per acre. If future sites will be required at 1/3 of the assumed cost per student capital cost, and therefore the fee may be overstated. CBI requests a list of contracted school or civic sites and their pricing, and a sensitivity analysis applying those actual prices. Third, the SB 180 and the need for a written legal interpretation. There's a statewide uncertainty and multiple jurisdictions, including Naples, are in litigation. County Council has formally advised that SB 180 does not apply to the impact fees, but SB 180 restricts local governments from adapting land use regulations more restrictive or burdensome than those ineffective on a specific date. Given the ambiguity, CBI requests a written interpretation explaining why SB 180 does not apply, where impact fees intersect with the LDC and county code, and how the county determines whether a fee adjustment may function as a land use regulation. In summary, CBI respects and asks the board to delay the proposed school impact fee increases until the CIP reserve strategy and fee models are reconciled on record. Direct staff and CCPS to provide the requested land cost and capacity analysis, and request a written SB 180 interpretation. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Mr. Klaskow, this is where I would ask you the question. I don't need a written report or anything, but they raised an issue, and I just want to have you say something on the record as to whether SB 180 applies, and if it does, in what capacity.
Yeah, I've taken the time to review SB 180. I do not think it applies to us. Not to this matter, anyway.
Okay. You don't think it does, so does it or does it not?
It does not.
Okay. I just didn't want to leave you any room to maneuver there.
We have one final registered speaker, Diane Van Paris.
Thank you, Board of Commissioners. Diane Van Paris, 15-year resident, zip code 34119. That's what you have to do at the Naples City Council. I will be speaking for the increase on the impact fees as it relates to CCPS. I know we're looking at approving to notice it. I wanted to let you know I'm on the audit committee of the Collier County Public School Board. And as you know, impact fees were last changed in 2015. A lot has changed in Collier County over the last 10 years. Aubrey Rogers High School was built for cash, as was said by previous speakers, for the $97 million, and today there are over 1,600 students attending that high school. Bear Creek Elementary opened this past August at a cost of $83 million, paid for with no debt, and 600 students are attending that school. Ave Maria Elementary is scheduled to open in August 2026 with an anticipation in being built for 900 students. Originally, it was planned for 440 students, and this also will be paid for with no debt. CCPS is an excellent steward of the taxpayer dollars. They will be debt-free by February 2026. This clearly shows their fiscal financial responsibility of the CCPS school board. Also, CCPS has been recognized again this year with the following financial department awards: Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting from the Government Finance Officers Association of the United States and Canada, that's GFOA. Also, the Certificate of Excellence in Financial Reporting from the Association of School Business Officials International. This really tells you what's happening. I want to share a few facts about what's happening around the state. Duval County School Board had a $100 million deficit, 24-25, and they need to close 90 schools. Broward County had a $65 million deficit, 24-25, and they need to close or repurpose 35 schools this year. Orange County has a school board building moratorium until 2031. Close to home, Lee County School Board has had a 0.5 tax. This is known as the half penny tax since 2018. You know, we're not going to have any pennies anymore because November 12th, they eliminated the pennies being made at the U.S. Mint. That's for their, that 0.5% is for their schools for buildings. In Collier County, a tax-neutral referendum was passed in 2024 with 84% plus voters approving that school district to reduce $0.35 million capital taxes and increase up to a $35 million operating. So that was tax-neutral, and in the state of Florida...
Don't worry about the
okay.
time. Just take whatever time you need to finish.
Okay. In the state of Florida, 47 counties have a surtax for schools, and there's 67 counties. Florida, Collier County has 0. Once again, it was the tax-neutral referendum. And looking at the future landscape of Collier County with growth that is projected, there's a definite need to increase our impact fees. In fact, the study that was done actually shows that the recommended impact fees are higher, but the limit due to state statute is 50%. And the maximum based on the findings for a single-family home was $15,757 for the impact fee for schools. The actual allowed due to the 50% requirement is $13,184. That's approximately $2,500 below the study's findings. So I wanted to make you understand that as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like staff to bring up that chart. What is and my question is, what is the percentage of the overall increase for the Collier County School District compared to all of the other areas like EMS, law enforcement?
Troy, can you go to slide 64 or 65? Sorry, we came prepared. We have backup slides for everything, just in case. So this is an actual cost with for a home under 4,000 square feet with water and sewer all encompassed together, all one package. The last column represents the percentage of the $4,974.39 increase, which equates to 14.94% overall increase from the current adopted to the proposed, but school represents 88.35% of that total.
Okay. And Ms. Vasquez, I have a question. We talked yesterday, but I'm a little bit fuzzy. And I want to see if you can. You mentioned that they had $75 million in reserves, and if we do not increase the impact fees, they'll go to $95 million in reserves?
They'll collect 95 according to the records, collecting $95 million.
In addition to the 75 in reserves?
Correct, if that is correct.
So we actually have a school board representative here.
Good, because
thank you.
I want to get it clear.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you. John Antonacci for the record. So the numbers Ms. Vasquez is referring to are the numbers in our 5-year plan. By 2029, we would have that amount in our reserves. So that's the model that we use. Is we collect about $20 million per year currently in impact fees. And so in our 5-year plan, we currently have one new transportation facility scheduled to be built in 2027-28. That will cost about $40 million. So our impact fee reserves would be used to build that new transportation facility. And then we update our 5-year capital improvement plan every year. So the next one will be coming up in May 2026. In the 5 to 10 year window, that's when we're going to see the next round of growth. So we're going to have a new elementary school, a new middle school, and potentially another high school. So what we do in the meantime is we save up those dollars, because impact fees can only be used for new growth and can only be used to build new schools and new facilities. And we have a 7-year time frame to use those funds. So we save those funds, and then when the need arises, we have them available to build those new schools. As some of the public speakers mentioned earlier, the costs have skyrocketed really since the last impact fee increase in 2015. And important to note, in 2015, when the school impact fee rates were adopted, they were not adopted at the recommended rate. They were actually adopted at a lower rate. So that right there kind of put us behind the ball. So the last 3 schools, as was mentioned, we utilized the impact fees in 2023 for that Aubrey Rogers $97 million, which today would cost $200 million. Bear Creek Elementary at $83 million, and Ave Maria at another $80 million. So that's the model that we use, where we save up those reserves and then build the schools. In the past, there was a different model where we utilized the impact fees to pay down our debt. So in the early 2000s, we took out a 20-year note to build about 3 to 6 different schools in the 2005-2006 time period. At that time, we didn't have the money available, so we took out a bond. And then every year thereafter, utilized impact fees to pay down the debt. We used that model for a long time, but auditors ended up suggesting that impact fees should really be used for new growth. So if you built those schools in the past and then you're paying them down using new impact fees to pay down old debt, it wasn't the best use. So we switched that model to where we save the money in reserves and then utilize it when the school needs to be built. And all our growth projections are all based on Collier County government's growth management plan. So our 5-year capital improvement plan, all our numbers come from the growth that's projected by the county.
What is the dollar figure based on the next 5 years from growth for these at the new rate that's proposed?
It's difficult to calculate, because it also depends on how much what development in what area. We estimate right now, if you look at our capital improvement plan, we maintained it at 20 million. It fluctuates. Some years it could be 16 million, and some years it could be 22, 23 million. This rate increase, I know it says 88.35% there on the screen, but it would be a 50% rate increase for us for the 8789 to 13,184. As another speaker mentioned, the recommended rate from Banesh was actually higher than that, but the state statute caps it at no more than a 50% increase, and it has to be phased in 4 years. So it'd be phased in at,
So based on growth, you got a guess that you're going to collect $20 million per year for the next 5 years.
Correct. Yeah.
So that's $100 million plus what you have in reserves.
Yeah.
Okay. How many schools are planned in the next 4 or 5 years?
In the next 5 years, we just have one transportation facility, which is $40
bus
million.
Barn, the $40 million bus barn?
Yes. Yep. And then when we issue our next capital improvement plan, like I mentioned, every year we update it. We will have the new elementary, middle schools projected for the following year. We have another document which we submit to the state, which is a longer range document that goes past the 5 years, which is considered a facilities work plan. That's where we have our estimates for 5 to 10 and 10 to 20. And so the growth gets adjusted annually.
Oh, sure. That's the obvious. My last thing that I was a little bit fuzzy on is Ms. Van Paris mentioned a 0.35 mil tax neutral something, but to me, it's still going from, you're still robbing capital fund to go towards operationals. I didn't understand that a little bit.
Yes. So we do that. One of the reasons we are doing that is because we are going to be debt-free in February 2026. So that 20-year note that we had is going to be fully paid off here in the next few months. So we knew we were going to have that capital available, which was previously committed to paying down debt. We have a need in our operating budget. As you know, teacher salaries are a hot topic. We need to stay competitive, and so what we've done is to allow us to maintain our operating expenses and increase teacher salaries. We shift that 0.35 millage from our capital and we put it into our operating so that we can, for example, you heard of that historic FPL rate increase recently that was approved.
Yeah, we fought it.
Yeah. So the Public Service Commission basically for us increased our utilities by 12.6%. We're not getting any additional money from the state to accommodate any of these additional operating expenses. Our health insurance plan continues to increase. Our property insurance, all these things in the last few years have continued to increase, while our state funding has either decreased or stayed at a modest increase. So we have a huge deficit in our operating that we needed to help with. So.
I just wanted to clarify that it is not the impact fees that are being transferred over to operating. The impact fees have to stay in their bucket, and if they are not used within 7 years, those get returned.
Thank you for that. Yes, the impact fees is not part of that capital.
No, I
millage.
understood that,
Yep.
but still the capital is moved over to the operational, whether it comes out of the impact fee bucket or it comes out of your budget for capital expenditures out of your general fund. I'm being scrutinizing because this is a large increase, and I just want to make sure that if we're not required to do that today, that we have further discussion. I mean, 88% of the overall impact fee across the county, you're grabbing. It's not just 88% increase on your stuff. It's 88% of our impact fees that we're adjusting upward. And that's a lot of burden on the people that are moving into our, you know, the whole thing, you watch the news, the whole thing is on affordability. How can we be affordable? So if we're continue to increase the cost of building in this county, we're going to increase the non-affordability factor. So it's not that I'm opposed. I just want to make sure that what we're doing is super smart at this very moment right now.
And
Mr. Hawley. That leads me to a question that I'm going to ask Ms. Patterson. Under the new state law or existing state law, we can waive or defer or reduce impact fees for a certain class of housing. I don't need an answer right now. We'll need an answer. I just want you to think about it as we go through the speakers. But I want to know how we can. I mean, the issue of affordability really kind of relates mostly to workforce housing and affordable housing. We're not too concerned about the folks that come in and pay $1.5 million cash for a home, but we are concerned about our workforce. Right. And so give it a little bit of thought, because I want you to spend some time with us before we take a vote on this issue, what we can do with impact fees and affordable and workforce housing, unless you're ready to respond to that right now.
I'm ready to respond whenever you'd like.
All right, well, let's hear what you have to say on that now.
So this has obviously been an issue that predates the time we are now. We were at a similar place in the mid-2000s with the affordability being unachievable for many people, very high costs, high median home prices. So we've had a pretty robust impact fee deferral program since about 2003. Prior to that, we've had impact fee deferral programs for several decades, but the current form started in 2003. That's an impact fee program for owner-occupied dwellings. We defer several $1 million a year in impact fees for people that own their homes, and they don't have to pay those impact fees back until they sell the home, transfer it, or refinance it. So it's a long-term deferral. On top of that, we're running other programs for multifamily, so these rentals that you all see coming in here for affordable housing, whether they're part of a larger complex or standalone, they can qualify for deferrals as well. Those typically run a 10-year term. What we have found with the tax credit projects is we've had to get a little bit more creative, and so we found some other ways to help those projects. So think about the Golden Gate Golf Course or Ecos. We've gotten out of that traditional deferral box with them a little bit, still preserving that integrity of the fees, because it's very important to understand that when we waive fees, it's not a magic wand. It's just shifting that burden onto the other fee payers. So finding ways where either those fees can be paid over time or where we bring another funding source in as a loan allows us to be flexible and meet the needs of these affordable housing developers, but also keep the integrity of the program. So the long and the short of it is that we have existing programs and we continue to work with developers when they come in with a specific issue, again, like the tax credit projects where they need a longer term deferral, to be able to assist them and help with the affordability of these units.
Okay, we just approved a project that will have, I think it was 260 units, plus or minus, that are workforce 80% income levels or lower. How are impact fees handled on a project like that?
So that once the developer gets to the point where they're looking at their pro forma, they'll come sit down with us and we'll walk them through the programs that we have available, along with our human services partners, Christy Sontag and her group. We look at those and see which program might work the best. We've utilized SHIP dollars in the past. We've utilized straight deferral programs. In the past, we've also used ARP, which that money is largely gone. But depending on their needs, whether they can fit a traditional deferral program or if we've got to try to find a different model for them, we will do that when they reach that point in their development that we're talking about those impact fees. And remember, impact fees aren't paid until CO, so there's a long time between where they are and where they have to get to actually deliver those impact fees to the county. So we work with them through the development process.
Thank you. Commissioner McDaniel.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Impact fees are a tax. Like it, don't like it, impact fees are a tax. I don't like impact fees. They're a one-time revenue source, statutorily regulated on what you can spend, where you can spend it, and when you have to spend it. How many times have you given back impact fees? Never. Nobody does. It's hard to argue with the nexus studies. I'm speaking more globally than I am specifically with regard to the specific studies and what you're doing. I applaud the school district and what you have done, the reduction of debt, yay. I actually was curious. 2 times in my tenure as county commissioner, the superintendents came and asked for an opportunity to move money out of capital over into O&M. Both times I asked how they were going to replace it, and didn't really ever get a really good answer. My statement is schools are a huge impact on our community. We can, it's always been the adopted philosophy. Counties build roads, schools build schools. But because of our limited resources, because of our limited amount of infrastructure, and no contribution from the schools with regard to the impacts of those schools on our transportation system, I'm looking for reform at some particular stage, for contributions, for the impacts on the overall community with regard to schools when they in fact come in. The colleagues that preceded me on this board hired the ULI, came and did a really nice study, and they, in that study, at the demographic that we had at that time, every $1,000 incremental increase in the price of a home precluded 132 people that lived in Collier County from being able to afford that home. Right on this particular slide that we're looking at, we're talking about a $5,000 increase in impact fees that precludes 600 plus people from being able to afford a home based on 9-year-old data. I have resolutions, but I know that we're governed by statute with regard to how and when and what we do with these impact fees when we in fact collect them. So, having said all that, I would prefer that adjustments be made in the entire in the structure of how we're doing what we're doing, allow for contributions coming from the school district to be able to help offset the impacts for our overall community. I know it's not possible today, Mr. Chair, but it's something that as we're going through this, I think it's something that needs to be taken into consideration. Immokalee Road right now has, I think, 7 or 8 schools on it, and with the opening up, and I'm all about school choice, all about that. It also precludes a lot of bus routes to be able to transport our children back and forth from the schools. And when you have 1,000 kids, that's 2 trips a day per kid. Parents bringing people in and out of these schools. New traffic lights. Our infrastructure is limited, and so ultimately I'd like to see some assistance from these schools as they come into our system.
All right. Commissioner Colwell's next, but a quick question for Mr. Klatzkow in terms of, because there's going to be a motion made here at some point on all of these fees today. What are the voting requirements on these? Just takes a simple majority?
Simple majority.
Yeah, all we're doing right now is voting to advertise, aren't we?
Yes, sir. This is permission to advertise.
Right.
Right. And the reason I raise that point is if we don't have I thought at one point there may be a supermajority requirement on part of these, but apparently that's not the case.
I don't believe it is, but I will double check.
You could double check. I just make sure so that we all know up here what the voting requirements are. Commissioner Colwell.
Thank you, Chairman. I got in this business 3 years ago, and I'm still learning. And impact fees is just amazing how many statutorily driven rules and regulations, and every year it seems like we have a different wave of changes or improvements or disimprovements. But I like a lot of things that are said by my colleagues, but a lot of things that I think what we can or can't do is statutorily driven. So I think that's for someone else to get behind and have some things changed towards the pro or the con. But I just needed a little bit of clarity because I was getting it from different sides. Was someone at some point I was told statutorily that you can't collect for things beyond 4 years projected, but I was told again through questioning what other legal that was not true. So I just wanted some clarity that is not something that's statutorily driven or not. If somebody can clarify that as one question.
Commissioners, the 4-year requirement being referred to is the data. Data can't be older than 4 years old.
Okay.
So there's no requirement for there have been attempts in the past to more closely harness the expenditure of impact fees to an exact improvement. That has yet to make its way into statute. And you see I say yet because who knows what surprises we have in store for us in the future. But now these impact fees are authorized for a purpose, and in order to meet the nexus, you have to show the need, essentially, and then the benefit. And so long as that's the case, which you can clearly see the need here, as well as the benefit in each one of these fees, that's what it takes to satisfy. Also, I will mention that each one of these impact fees is reviewed by outside counsel as well as our county attorney. And this outside counsel specializes in impact fees and understands the ins and outs of not only the 40 or 50 years of case law, but the more recent evolution of the statutes that govern how we build these fees, as well as how we implement them, and then how we spend the money.
Yeah. And our responsibility as local government, it is our responsibility to make sure our infrastructure and our schools and that we're thinking well ahead of our growth. And our growth is coming fast. Since COVID, I think it's been accelerated and more than we expected. And we're seeing that. Today we approved, I think it was 3,700 new homes out at Trail, and then another 2,000 or some down in the East Trail.
1,200, yeah, 1,200.
So you're talking 5,000, 6,000 new homes just in one meeting today. And there's going to be children connected to those homes. There's going to be families, especially when you have affordable housing connected to them, because that's usually the young people starting out. And I just want to kind of, I consulted a mortgage expert because I had the opportunity
You know
to
one?
consult one. Yeah. And I says, hey, just, for, in giggles, I didn't say the first part, but I says, just, because I'm looking at like $4,907, around $5,000 increase to what we have already in place. And I said over the average 30-year loan and, on the homeowner when they, to purchase the loan or service the loan back, on average, what would that be a difference than what they're paying today at the rate? And it was basically $4.97 a month increase. So that kind of brings it to reality of what the burden on the homeowner at the time paying back their 30-year mortgage or whatever note they decide. But that's on average about what it would be, $1 per thousand that you would go over what you normally would pay. And the other part is, I agree with Commissioner McDaniel, the acquired costs, and the problem is that I don't think it's the $4,000 or $5,000, it's the insurance system today that is really burdening our homeowners to purchase homes. Some of the insurance costs are as much as the mortgage, especially in our low-lying areas and our floodplains. And it's just, that is what we're really seeing a hard, to get people in the homes in this community. And that's another problem that Tallahassee needs to really, really tackle and tackle it fast to help us. So in reality, I think, I believe that we need to stay ahead of, that's our job. We need to stay ahead of our future, because when you don't, and then we're going to look at problems where we are going to be closing schools and not be able to provide the services we provided in the past. And it's just things that, it's all part of doing business. And it's all part of doing business now, and everything costs so much. So I kind of support where we're moving with this, and I look forward to having another discussion on it.
Commissioner LaCastro.
Thank you, Chairman. I unfortunately don't get to have dinner every night with a mortgage expert, so my comments might not be as detailed. I just wanted to say a couple things. First of all, the details that the speakers, the different speakers spoke of when they came to the podium today, mentioned today, have so much merit. But one suggestion I would say is they need to be better advertised to the general public. I can't tell you the number of stuff. I'm very active on social media. I try not to I comment a lot less than I used to when I first got elected, because you can have an endless town hall meeting. But you see the misinformation by people who say, oh my God, and of course, the blame always comes to us. Commissioners are in charge of EMS helicopters. Commissioners are in charge of impact fees. Commissioners are in charge of this, that, and the other. That seems to be the default, because a lot of times people aren't as informed as to what our state representatives do, who they elected, who are in Tallahassee, and even how the school board is set up and what our school superintendent does. So one of the things that I would say, and we don't always have you all in one room like this, so this was very valuable discussion, and some of the things that I heard here, we know, but I would encourage you to do whatever you can to really get that word out and not just be experts among yourselves, because I can tell you the general public sees a slide like this, has limited understanding because they're not going to school board meetings, they're not in this meeting right now. We don't have 10,000 people in here, and this stuff jumps out at them with a million red flags. Having said that, much like Commissioner Hall, when I see 88% on there, that catches my attention. So this might be apples and chairs, as I say sometimes, but one of the things the five of us have really been trying to do over the last couple of years, and I'll give a very simplistic made-up example just to sort of prove my point. If beach parking was $2 a day, and it was that way for 15 years, and all of our predecessors were patting themselves on the back, and then all of a sudden new people came in here and said, oh my God, our bank account for beach restoration and all that is in such great need due to growth and all the things that you've talked about. So it was great, everybody got to enjoy these low fees, but now all of a sudden we need to make beach parking $25 to catch up. One of the things we do at every budget meeting. And like I said, it may be a little bit of apples and oranges, but maybe the concept not so much. We try to take smaller bites out of it because, similar things where we have to charge people, and it's not an impact fee. And then I know what your reply is going to be. It is a little bit different, but I mean the concept of trying to explain this to the common citizen who goes, why do you go from nothing to all of a sudden 88%? And then it's a much longer answer, and I don't need it now. But as part of the even our advertisement, I'll write about this in my next newsletter, and I've got to make sure I put the details in there to say it is a little different than your beach parking pass that we raised 88%. And we didn't touch it for the last 5 years, that sort of thing. So I just throw that out there because there might be a great answer to it, but the average person doesn't know it. They just see this and go, wow, all of a sudden these guys have been dropping the ball for all these years and now they need to raise us by $5,000. And I think that's sort of what, Commissioner Hall was actually saying is, okay, I get all the other ones, but that's a big number. So please explain it to us, but also the people that are going to have to be affected by it. And then lastly, this is only because he's in the room, and this is totally unrelated, but we don't always get a chance to see all the people that are in here. Gino, I just wanted to thank you, totally separate thing. You and I are email buddies, but I don't get to see you in person. The help you've provided me in my district with some impact fee type of things without getting into the details has been very much appreciated. Your sense of urgency, how you've been replying to the constituents that had some questions and whatnot. So what I'm talking about, but I rarely get to see you, in here. So I just wanted to say in person, thank you so much for riding shotgun on those type of things. And then obviously you're intimately involved with the folks here. So I can tell you from my interactions with Gino, you got the right guy on it. I realize there's more depth to this. I've oversimplified it, but the average citizen does look at it sort of that way. So that explanation would really go a long way to not make it sound like, oh, we dropped the ball for the last 10 years and now we're playing catch up, which isn't the case. So that's more of an observation because we also have to sell it to the public when we vote here. If we vote and pass this, then I don't want the media's, I can tell you those media in the room right now or media who are on Zoom for 30 seconds and the headline's going to be Collier County Commissioners exponentially improve gigantic impact fee increase, news at 11. And, let's try to make sure that doesn't happen by whatever you can help us do to get the truth and the facts out there. Thank you.
If I may, please, because of this, I do have to defend the school district a little bit here. Number one, they have no ability to raise their impact fees on their own. They are absolutely dependent on the Board of County Commissioners to prepare and adopt the impact fee. Different than the fire districts who can do that. This is a Collier County impact fee on behalf of the school board. The second part of this is that Collier County, up until the last 10 plus minus years, had one of the most robust and aggressive impact fee programs probably in the entire country. We regularly updated the impact fees. We not only updated them every 3 years to capture cost, to keep exactly what you're saying from happening, because you got to think about other rapid growth periods that we've been through. We actually would index the fees in the years between the update studies, which would help us capture those smaller changes. Unfortunately, all ability to do any of this has been taken away from us. So the reason why we're sitting here 10 years later is a twofold answer. One is some reluctance to come after these fees during COVID, understandable because the economy was a giant question mark. But more importantly is the legislature since 2006 and specifically for the last several years has aggressively pursued changes to the impact fees, so much so that it has changed the entire way that we administer this program. There's no more indexing, there's no more 3-year updates. It's a prescribed process. There's mandatory phase-ins. That's something we used to use when we had big increases in impact fees, but we're required to phase in if it's $1 or $1 million. So a lot of that was left to the local level and local control on the administration of these impact fee programs has risen up to a statutory level. And just when we thought we had our arms around it, we would turn around for another round of changes. As you can see, back-to-back changes, even in the extraordinary circumstances. So we are here at this place getting these fees at least to as current as possible. and then we'll deal with the aftermath of a program that's going to be administered completely differently.
And see, my point was, that's the soundbite,
Yeah.
you know, that many people don't get.
Yep.
We get the short email, you guys are crazy, you've dropped the ball, and now you're playing catch up and you're stealing money out of my pocket. And so we'll all work together to educate the public a bit more, inform, I should say, and separate rumor from fact. But I got it.
Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. I need to put some numbers to this so that I can make sense in my little brain. At $20 million in growth per year, do you have a percentage of the people or the percentage of growth that you're coming up with that? If you just take the 13,000 and divide it by 20 million, you come up with like 1,500 homes a year. And I didn't know if you had a different figure that you were using.
I don't, and the impact fees come from single family, but there's also condos, apartment,
Multifamily.
so different rates for
1,500 units.
Yeah, 500 homes were just built this year in Ave Maria, for example.
Okay. First of all, I want to say I'm all about growing school. I'm all about supporting the kids, doing it, keeping Collier County great again. I'm all about it. I understand that it's up to us to be able to raise your impact fees and to raise your collectability. However, I also know that I've never met a government institution, including Collier County, that doesn't love the next dollar. And I have a question, if we're able to pass everything and just have further discussion on the school impact fees, or can we cherry pick that out?
We're going to be voting to advertise. But when this comes up for final vote, we can cherry pick. We don't have to approve road impact fees or increase, or we can do as we please with the school board fees. We just can't go above certain statutory levels.
The amount that's proposed is the maximum based on statute and the path that we went down away from extraordinary circumstances. For the rest of the fees, you're not required to raise any of them, but there are decreases embedded in almost all of the fee schedules, not schools, that will have to go into effect no matter what.
So I guess my point is, if just take 1,500 homes, we pride ourselves on being debt-free, which I commend you. We saved the taxpayers $40 million once on one school, but yet we're charging 1,500 homes per year for the $20 million to make up the difference. I'm not opposed to raising the impact fees and making them substantial. I just don't know that we need to do it this much this soon. There's no schools planned other than the bus barn. And I would like for y'all to come back to us on the final vote, because I'm going to pass this to advertise. But I would like to hear what the projected amount of actual dollars needed for the next, 3 schools over the next 10 years or whatever it is, so that we can, so that you can help us help you. If that makes sense. So I'm being I am being picky about it, but I want to make sure that we just don't willy-nilly wave a magic wand and cost the taxpayer. It's a tax, just like Commissioner McDaniel says. So anyway, if you could do that for us on our final, that'd be great.
Sure. And we have that documentation available.
You have to do it for us before the next vote.
I'll get to you in just a second, Commissioner McDaniel. I just want to make a comment.
And I have one quick question. The $4,300 proposed increase, is that going to be on an annual basis phased in, $4,300 every year, or is that phased in over the 5-year
The
project?
4,300 is phased in over 4 years, so it's.
This is $1,000 plus or minus
Yes, sir.
increase for next year, and that's a point of clarification that I wanted to
Yes, sir.
make, was that this is the tip out at the end of 29. And I also just wanted to say out loud one thing. I applaud the district with how you're doing what you're doing. The district is required out of their O&M to put a percentage over into capital on a regular basis, and that's what's allowed the district then to draw out of capital to support their O&M expenses. I was aware, Stephanie, I think you and I talked about this. I was aware that you couldn't commingle the buckets, as you and I say. Everything goes into its specific buckets, but it is an important soundbite, as Commissioner Castro says, that this is the total amount phased in over a 5-year period.
My comment, a couple comments. Commissioner McDaniel, you'd said earlier on that you don't like impact fees. And I think someone else kind of echoed that. I don't like impact fees either. Quite frankly, I don't like ad valorem taxes. I don't like sales taxes. Don't like impact fees. But that's the world we live in. And I go back to the early days when I was on the commission long time ago.
When was that?
I'm not going to say. I will say that the Immokalee Road wasn't 6-lane at that time. But it
was a Immokalee Trail, right? Wasn't it? It was a trail. Wagon wheels.
They had wagons and horses taken. But anyway, the point is that I was going to make is back in those days, I supported and proposed raising impact fees on every type of governmental service that we could do that for, and we did that. And we kept them basically at maximum rates for a long time. Even during the slowdown in 2008, the commission basically kept impact fees. I don't think there was a reduction in impact fees. Now, Lee County, I believe, eliminated impact fees for a while, and I think they're charging now about half of what they could charge. And if you take a look at the difference in our roadway system, our schools, our parks compared to Lee County, it's a huge difference. So as much as I don't like impact fees, I think they've had a very, very positive impact over the decades here in Collier County. And so I'm going to support this when it comes back. But I just wanted to emphasize that we would not have the quality of life here that we have in this county if we didn't do things, some things that are very unpopular with some of the voting public, and impact fees that's very unpopular with the building industry, very unpopular with new people coming in having to pay these. But it hasn't slowed growth here in this county at all. I don't think anybody in this board or in this room can say, well, we've had high taxes and high impact fees and it's killing growth. That has just not been the case for as long as I've been in this community. It's not going to be the case going forward. My concern was how do we incentivize and keep building low-cost or lower-cost housing for workforce housing and for lower-income folks, and we're doing that. And so I think this is the right formula, and I'm going to support it when it comes back. Commissioner LaCastro.
My last comment will be two things. I feel the same way about taxes and impact fees and all that, but one of the things I always say is when somebody comes up with a great idea, hey, we're going to stop collecting this, I always say, I want to hear the second piece of that, which is, so the money that we were collecting that did all these amazing things will now come from where? Because it's great, to be a popular elected official and say, guess what, I'm about to stop and I'm putting more money in your pocket. But if that money was excess and it wasn't needed, then that tax should have been stopped 50 years ago. So there's a reason why it's collected. Different subject, your slides can use some improvement. There's press right now who aren't in this room that are watching this on Zoom that are taking screenshots of this. And if they didn't get, so whoever makes these, if it's our staff or me, I didn't produce these. So Amy, because here's an example. Commissioner McDaniel just said, wow, $5,000, is that a year? And then you said, no, it's over 4 years. Okay, if somebody just printed off these slides and handed them out to every citizen, it would look like a year. So there could be a little bit more detail on here that really defines it, because you always know you have a perfect set of slides when you can hand it to somebody that wasn't part of the briefing, but the slides speak for themselves. And there's a lot of excitement that could be interpreted out of these slides here if they didn't have the words that went with it. So you might need a little bit, some asterisks or some smaller, print somewhere that really explains what it is, and somebody just doesn't take it on face value. Because we have the benefit of getting the explanation here, but this stuff gets shot out by a lot of people who then will draw their own conclusions, and that makes it harder then to sort of correct the record. But who made those? Amy Patterson? No.
Yes.
It's a team effort. Whoever did, it's a team effort.
We'll take care of it, sir.
All right, we need a motion then on item 11B, the advertising of the Collier County Consolidated Impact Fee Ordinance. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
A motion, is there a second? We have a motion second. Any further discussion? And we have no other speakers. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That passed unanimously. When will this come back? When will the ordinance come back?
January.
Our first meeting or second meeting, or is there?
We were aiming for the first meeting, but it's the board's pleasure. We have the information that you all have requested on what that looks like as far as the next several schools.
Well, let's shoot for the first meeting in January.
All right, very good.
Any objection to that? All right, thank you. All right, we're sort of at a point where we don't have a whole lot to do, but we do have.
Yes, sir. We
Certain
have
amount.
another advertised public hearing to attend to, which came off of the consent agenda, and we have 10A and 10B.
Yep. So the question is, do you want to take we're going to take a short break, but do you want to take a little lunch break or?
Just do a
just
court
quick
reporter
break.
break and.
20 minutes.
All right, we'll come back at 25 minutes after 12.
Very good.
14 minutes.
14 minutes.
master plan for rural. Because you'll recall when we adopted or amended it back in 19, we trifurcated the master plan into 3, urban, rural, and Golden Gate City, And so this is for the review of the Golden Gate Estates Master Plan Rural.
Do we have any registered speakers? Any
I will
questions or
second the
comments?
motion with the comment that trifurcating is definitely word of the day.
I was actually accused of making up a new word back in 19 and I found out that I didn't. So there you go.
All right. So we have an ordinance to trifurcate something, whatever that means. No registered speakers. Any comment, Mr. Bosey?
Mike Bosey, Planning Zoning Director. Just to let you know, and we clearly agree with the additional language for the direction. Mr. Teeters, the chair of the Easton 951 committee, soon to be the Rural Golden Gate Estate Master Plan Committee, is meeting with our staff today to talk about kickoff meeting we're going to have in January. So we are coordinated, and we are going to we will fulfill the modified direction as proposed.
All right. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, that passed unanimously.
Commissioners, that moves us to item 10. Item 10A is a recommendation to direct the county manager to begin public education about the purpose and process of levying and imposing the 6-cent tourist development tax and to authorize the expenditure of up to $100,000 for this purpose. This item is brought to the agenda by Commissioner Saunders.
Thank you. As you recall, we've placed this on the agenda for November of 2026. We're committed to the next phase of the Paradise Coast project to complete the sports fields. And then the next phase would be the field house. And if possible, we can do both at the same time. But if we only do one, we're going to be doing the fields. And so this issue right now is to authorize an education campaign. I'm going to ask that it be $150,000 instead of $100,000. I put $100,000 in here because back in 2018 we did an education program for the sales tax, and we spent $100,000 on that. And I wanted to kind of keep it consistent with that, but with increased costs and everything. I'm going to ask the board to consider setting this at $150,000. The reason I brought this up now is because I met with the board of directors of the Naples Chamber of Commerce. They like this proposal. They like this tax proposal and what we're going to be doing with these funds. And they're going to be making a final determination in the January, first part of February, as to how much they're going to be willing to commit to a campaign to support and promote this. We can't ask people to vote for this, but we can give them information on that. And all those restrictions are contained in the executive summary for you to see what the restrictions are. In addition, it's important to send a message to the Collier County Restaurant and Lodging Association that Collier County is going to be spending some money to educate the public, because they're going to help participate in a campaign to get this done. That 1 cent increase will generate about $10 million a year. Our project, we can only spend about 70% of that, I believe, under state law on our project, and the balance of that project can be funded with impact fees. And so this will be a funding mechanism to complete the Paradise Coast Park, but will also provide funding for advertising and all the other uses of tourist tax dollars, and for other projects long into the future. And so I think it's really important for us to spend a little bit of money to make sure that the voters are educated on what this means. So that's the purpose of that. So my motion is to approve the expenditure of up to $150,000 on an education program as permitted by Florida law on the 1 cent tourist tax increase.
Second.
And do we have any registered speakers? All right. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, that passed unanimously. Thank you.
Commissioners, item 10B is a recommendation to accept and appropriate a donation in the amount of $2,276.05 from Phoenix Associates of Southwest Florida, Inc., to reimburse the county for the cost of production and installation of the 4 Charlie Kirk Memorial Highway signs and authorize the necessary budget amendments. This item is brought to the agenda by Commissioner McDaniel.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yes, I was approached by Randy Johns, the owner of Phoenix Construction, when he saw the agenda, commended us for doing the signage and acknowledging Charlie Kirk, and then some of the objections in the newspaper and so on came out that the cost was associated with it wasn't appropriate, and he didn't even know what the actual cost was when he said, "I'll pay for the dang signs."
And you told him it was only $2,600?
Yeah, we could have padded it a little bit. He's got money.
So
Bill, I know you're young at this, but my goodness, that could have been a $30,000 or $40,000 expenditure. We could have used $24,000 for something else.
Help advertise the 1 cent tax.
Almost anything.
I'll make a motion for approval of this.
Second. We have a motion second. Any registered speakers? All right. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Passes unanimously.
Thank you, Randy.
Yeah.
Yes.
He does a lot.
He sure does.
Item 10C is a recommendation to consider directing the county manager to conduct a third-party operational assessment of the Paradise Coast Sports Complex, including facility management, field use, event operations, and related performance components, and return findings and recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners for further policy direction. This item is brought to the agenda by Commissioner LaCastro.
Commissioner LaCastro.
Thank you, sir. I just want to set the table a little bit for what this is and what this isn't, in case there's any confusion. So I met quite a bit with Mr. French and his staff, with Amy Patterson, with Ed Finn, and all the folks. We're all contributing to making the sports complex better. So what this isn't is it's not an investigation into contracts or this and that. It's basically to give us a report card. We just finished the busiest year in the sports complex history with FC Naples, but also with lots of other things: lacrosse, concerts, the FBU football folks, Snowfest. And so simultaneously, while we're looking to expand the sports complex, and I actually think this helps, I can just say in my newsletter, I'm going to combine this with our 6% or 6 cent tourist development tax request and say, hey, while we're looking to expand the sports complex, we're also not sitting on our hands and saying everything's great. Maybe it is, but we're also looking at the operations over the last few years and seeing how we can improve your visitor experience and make sure that if we do get citizen support for more funds, that they know we're going to spend the money wisely. And Mr. French has spent an awful lot of time, he and his staff, out at the sports complex solving all kinds of problems and things, and I just thought it was the perfect time to have an assessment. And I don't know who that third party is. I don't want to spend $1 million on bringing an expert in here, but I just threw around some ideas. Could this be something that Resource X maybe moves up their priority list? But then Mr. French, if you want to take the podium, he had some better ideas. And, I'll quote Ed Finn, whether he was just trying to be polite or not, but in my office he said, wow, this is a great idea. I wish I would have thought of it. That's a quote. He said that. And so it's really just a report card so that, as we look to make the sports complex better, we roll into the second season of FC Naples, we add maybe other events, and now it's becoming a popular place for somebody to give us feedback, just like we're doing with the county budget. Hey, is transportation being run efficiently? Are we running parks and recreation efficiently? How can we restore in a smarter way fun and sun, which obviously that happens. So kudos to Commissioner Hall and working with the staff. So it was just more of a proposal. And then when I talked with Jamie and his team, he had some really great ideas that weren't huge muscle movements. And it's not to make anybody nervous that we're looking to fire anybody, but just to bring us back some feedback of how we could make, like I said, the visitor experience better, especially as we turn the corner on 2026. So Jamie, you want to just give us a short version of your thoughts? Because you really had some really great ideas when I was just talking out loud about this.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. For the record, my name is Jamie French. I'm your department head for growth management and community development. As this board is aware, as of last January, the sports complex was reassigned under our purview with, I hate to quote the former county manager, Leo Oakes, who never really told me how to go fix things. He just said, go fix them. And I know, Commissioner Hall, you and I have talked about managing up or managing out, and we've certainly taken that approach. the community sets our expectations. We don't necessarily compare ourselves to anyone else but Collier County visitors and residents that pay our salaries and really put money towards these type of operations. And the last year we have spent an inordinate amount of time, bringing the facility up to standards, making sure certificate of occupancy was issued. We've met all the land development code regulations and gone back and kind of fixed things where perhaps there was contract negotiations and maybe a little bit of value engineering. We've clarified roles, and we've certainly gotten more community feedback. Again, I've got a very large group, and I'm appreciative of the effort shown by this board and trust that you put in our group. But I will tell you is that I think, Commissioner, when we spoke, we're really looking at more so and examining the operations, both current and past, looking at everything from that client experience to how is it operating? How is it, and we may find out, as you said, Commissioner, a report card, we may find out that we're at a B, and a B may be acceptable, maybe not to me or maybe not to our staff, but we know it's a B, and we move forward with the B on a fix to work towards that A. And I think that this is really through a third-party independent review. It'll let you know, without staff, without bias, on what our thoughts are, and is it performing both to your contract and to the expectations of both this board and of your community, as well as FC Naples. FC Naples had a phenomenal season, brand new franchise team that made it almost to the end, which is unheard of, my understanding. I'm not a soccer person, but unheard of in USL, and created a lot of energy and certainly a lot of community involvement. Snowfest. They had the largest numbers in the history of Collier County in doing Snowfest, and Mr. Finn and Mr. Finn is the only comment that I get from Mr. Finn is stop making work. But at the end of the day, I think we were there from start to finish, the families, the children, and I raised my kids here and grew up here. I never knew that there were that many kids in Collier County, especially that would show up to our sports complex. So this board should be proud of your staff, certainly should be proud of the effort made. It's a wonderful amenity, and I think this will just help you get a better understanding of how it's operating, how we're communicating. And also, you too get a lot of feedback from everywhere, from FC Naples, the concert promoters, the Football University, Steve Quinn and his group, and how we can better coordinate even our park system on making this complex even more successful.
And I'll just add that the executive summary that hopefully everybody got to see and read was put together by the staff just after our informal conversations, and I thought it was spot on. It wasn't an investigation or anything. It was an overview of, like as you said, the operations to see if we're a B, maybe we're okay with that, but as we look to expand the sports complex, are there areas that bubble up that look like we could improve the fan experience? Because we certainly got plenty of feedback, and I just think this window where we have a little bit of a gap, even though the FC Naples team's out there practicing and trying out new players, we do have a little bit of a window here where the sports complex maybe isn't as utilized, as we have a little bit of a break. Perfect time to just assess it. And we weren't looking for some, like I said, some big investigation. I thought you guys captured it perfectly on this executive summary to come back and just tell us what your thoughts are. And maybe it's a work in progress. Maybe it's much like Resource X. You come back and go, wow, the 3 biggest things we really should not touch because they're perfect are. And the 4 biggest things that didn't grade out as a B that we all agreed with a couple of small tweaks could be a way better experience for the fans. I don't think any of us have that feedback yet. We've all been at the sports complex and we've seen little things where we said, oh, that could have been better, this could have been better, but putting it together in a more formal presentation that isn't 150,000 pounds. It's more of just give us a first initial look. So that was my thought.
And Commissioner McDaniel.
I'm sorry.
Commissioner McDaniel?
Yes. First of all, love the idea. I really like the specifics with regard to the report card, because everybody likes a different thing. Everybody has different cares and concerns. Everybody has different opinions on how things ought to be. So by being specific with these different things is going to allow us to analyze the entire project. My question is who's going to do it, and approximately how much is it going to cost?
Well, Commissioner, we would take that out for a negotiated bid. We have some contractors in mind, and much like we did with your fee schedule for growth management on building, we would coordinate with ResourceX to have them do a review. We're not envisioning that we would use Hunden to come out and tell me why I need 12 more, pickleball courts or why it qualifies for tourist tax. This is more so from a financial as well as a really a not an audit, but really a consumer feedback finding on your participants who paid the county, who paid Sports Facilities Management to utilize that facility. What was their fan experience as well as that? But I don't have a particular contractor in mind, but if there's a budget that you'd like us to stay under, we can certainly.
I just wanted to know. There wasn't anything in there. Just it's going to come back for an ultimate approval by us anyway. Once you put it out for bid and they come and talk to us. So, I think, I'm in complete support of the agenda item. I think some of the things that are Patreon oriented should be started now. Just even a quick text message, because we're geofencing everybody that comes in and out of that. A quick text message. How was your experience? How was your hot dog? How was your, how do you feel the prices compare? Blah, 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 blah. Just to start that process with the actual participants that are coming there. Some of the things with the overall financial operations and vendors that are wanting to get in and couldn't get in and so on and so forth, that's going to have to be by a third party. So, but I'm applaud the report card, and if it were up to me, I would never quit. I mean, it's self-analysis is the key to success.
Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. I love the idea. And you said it, I just wanted to make sure that, and ask that we not use Hunden, not because they didn't do a good job. I just don't want somebody justifying their previous decisions. I'd like to have fresh eyes.
Yes, sir.
And I got a couple comments. First of all, I think it's a great idea as well. I'm looking forward to that. It's going to take some time to get all of that done. And perhaps you can come back as early as the first meeting in January with some recommendations or something, or second meeting in January. But it's got to be pretty quick. The official season, really, in terms of soccer, kicks off the first week of March. And so that's going to lead me to two comments. One, with staff's efforts, the difference between the first soccer match in March of 2025 and the last soccer match just a few weeks ago is night and day. Traffic was great. The way it was handled, parking was handled properly. Everything was really perfect in that last game, except for even the outcome of that last game was perfect. And so what I'd like in advance of the official report coming out is perhaps a staff report to us before the new season starts for FC Naples, so that if there are specific little things that we can tweak between now and the beginning of the March season, we can do that. For example, I understand that some of the food was perhaps not to the quality that we would prefer. Now that's, I wasn't there, but I've just heard some comments that the food was kind of expensive and not particularly good. And so those are the types of things that we can work on between now and the time that we get this report. I think this report is a great concept and a great idea, but it's going to take us a little time to get it. I think we need some pieces of this put together by staff, and I think that our staff, they're out there, and I think they can work on a report to us on that, and maybe some areas of improvement. Do we have a registered speaker? I think it looks like we have a representative of Sports Facility Management. Do you want to make any comment, or are you just here to see what we're going to do to you?
Questions if you have.
All right. Any questions for our management company? All right. So with that, any other comments before we take a vote? If not, is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
All right. We have a motion and a second to approve. I would only add to that have staff come back as quickly as possible. If January 13th works as a time to come back with some ideas, let's do that. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, that passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, that brings us to item 11. Item 11A is a recommendation to award invitation to bid number 25-8429, Point Cena Village Stormwater Improvements, Quality Enterprises USA, Inc., in the amount of $5,840,677.95. Approve an owner's allowance of $584,067.80, and authorize the chair to sign the attached agreement and authorize all necessary budget amendments. Mr. Jay Ahmad, your Division Director of Transportation Engineering, is here to present or answer questions.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I'm Jay Ahmad, your Transportation Engineering Director. I have a presentation. I'd be happy to present, or I can answer questions.
All right, let's see if there are any questions or comments. Do we need a full presentation?
Well, I'll just say a word too.
Yes, sir.
if you don't
Commissioner,
mind. This is in my district, and I have to say, I can't speak on what happened before I got here, but since I've been on this board, I've seen a lot of movement in getting towards these projects and actually getting some dates to kick them off and get them moving in the right direction. This particular community is in dire need of this stormwater improvement. They had, I know we had to do special provisions before Ian to get certain canals drained and stuff like that ahead of time, get special emergency permits because we knew they were in a very, in a pickle, and their infrastructure was in dire needs. So these are the type of projects I like to see, especially in my district. I use the word old, but people tell me to say aged. District. Yeah. But we're coming up on those years, 60, 70 years of infrastructure that needs to be addressed. So I would like to make a motion to approve it. If that's
second. All right, we have a motion second. Any registered speakers? Mr. Miller, do we have any registered speakers? On this item?
We do not, sir.
All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, that passes unanimously.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Commissioners, that brings us to our item 11C. This is a recommendation to direct staff to advertise and bring back for a public hearing an ordinance amending the Land Development Code to update the regulations pertaining to the removal of prohibited exotic vegetation. This item is brought to the agenda at Commissioner Saunders' request.
Yeah, the reason I put this on, it was scheduled to be heard for advertising in January. I think the second meeting in January. What I'd like to do is have this come back at our first meeting in January for final consideration. The reason is that there are some folks that are not able to get a CO because of this existing ordinance, and this amendment may help them out. And there's really no reason for us to hold off a couple months to get this done. So that's why I've added it to this meeting and would request that it come back at our meeting on January 13th, I believe is our next meeting. Mr. Bosey, you're recognized.
Mike Bosey, Planning and Zoning Director. This is the contents of the actual amendments that we're requesting the advertisement for. What is providing for, it says before you get your certificate of occupancy, you have to clear the exotics from your lot. We've created but it also had said any additions to that permit on a single family or a two-family lot that would require the exotics to be removed again. This carves out an exception to that, and it allows for the estates lots that have been issued a certificate of occupancy to be only responsible for removing the prohibited exotics vegetation within 30 feet of the addition or modification of structures described in the permit application submitted for principal or accessory structures on or after December 12th, 2023. So what that's saying is you only have to clear around 30 feet around what's being proposed to shed or whatever the addition is, not having to clear the entire lot again to provide for a little bit of flexibility within the exotic removal process. And if it's the desire of the board to bring this back bring this back on the 13th of January with a recommendation to approve the direction to advertise, we'll advertise it and bring it back on the 13th.
Well, the request was, I thought that we could authorize the advertisement of this ordinance today and bring it back for final approval on January 13th.
And that's what yes, that's what I was at. If you direct us to advertise, we will advertise this, make sure that we advertise it so it's advertised and will be on the 13th agenda for
Okay,
you.
and maybe I misunderstood what you said. All right, any other, Commissioner McDaniel?
No, I complete support. Really happy that you pushed this forward. The previous ordinance was onerous, a huge dredge on our population that's in fact already here. And so I'm really happy that this is coming forward. And I basically, just so you know, I like the cleanup language that was brought into it from what was in fact proposed to what's being proposed here, so.
Commissioner Hall.
Thank you. So is this only for estates?
Yes.
The carve out?
Yes.
So lots in Pine Ridge Estates or Livingston Woods, or they all have to clear their exotics over and over and over, even if they build a shed?
If they were adding a shed, yes, they would have to.
I don't like it. I like it if they buy a new lot and they build a new house, clean the exotics up. But after that, I want these people not to be burdened and not to be onerous. Because there's older, the reason why I mentioned this in the beginning is I know of two instances. One was a widow lady. Her exotics were like $20,000, and she couldn't do what she wanted to do, which was add a screen or something on her back porch. I would like to see it included, or I'd like to see all the lots that are in the county included in this. And I don't know why it couldn't be, if even if they have to keep their fence, they have to keep their exotics off of the neighbors. I understand that, but to build a shed or to do something, to put a sidewalk in from their house to their outside kitchen, to have to clear the exotics off, I think is super onerous.
And if that's the direction of the entire Board of County Commissioners, to make this applicable to, if you've already got a CO on your primary structure and you're adding an addition, this exemption carve-out would apply to single family and all estates lots. We can make that modification if that's the majority
All right, let's see, is there any objection to that change?
Not at all. I
don't
think
see
so.
any. Okay, so let's go ahead and
Assumption, that's what we talked about a year and a half ago.
Right, yeah, let's go ahead and add that for the January 13th meeting.
I'm good with
All
that
right.
too. I like that idea.
We need a motion then to move this forward.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second.
With those
With
additions.
Yeah, with the
with
change
those.
recommended by Commissioner Hall. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, and that passes unanimously.
Commissioners, item 11E is formerly 16B18. This is a recommendation to declare a valid public emergency to bring the unpassable roads in the private road emergency repair municipal services taxing unit to a passable condition, allow for a loan from capital reserves in the amount of $1.5 million, approve purchase orders for Quality Enterprises for a total amount of $1,238,800 to complete the necessary repairs by fire district zone for the private unpaved road emergency repair MSTU, and authorize any necessary budget amendments. This item is moved to the regular agenda by Commissioner Saunders, Hall, and Cowell's separate requests, and Ms. Trinity Scott, your department head for Transportation Management Services, is here to present or answer questions.
Well, let me start by just saying why I had requested this to be pulled off the consent agenda. I don't oppose it, but it just struck me as that we've created a scenario that on its face is somewhat unfair. And I want to find ways to make it fair, not to eliminate it, but to make it fair. So for example, the roads that are going to be improved in the first batch are the ones that need it the most, and I don't have any issue with that at all. But the other roads in that area will not have funding available for 13, 14, 15 years, but they'll continue to be taxed. And so part of the problem, I think, is that there's a cap on the millage rate, which may be problematic. And secondly, maybe there's a way to improve this so that once if you're on a road that's going to be fixed, perhaps there's additional fees for that. Commissioner McDaniel, this was really your item. Yes, and so if you've got some ideas on how to make this more fair, that's what I'm looking for.
Okay.
Commissioner LoCastro.
Yeah.
Well, we had two other people that pulled this off.
Yeah,
You wanna-
well, I'll go. You know what? I'll go last after I hear what
Okay.
you go. You four are the ones that pulled it. So
I'll just add briefly, so there's some roads in my district that are affected by this, correct, Trinity, obviously, and we've talked quite a bit. I won't venture to know that I have the answer. The clerk had some issues that she sent to all of us that had merit. Even in our discussions, nobody's raising their arm saying, hey, we solved it. But the underlying issues, these are unsafe roads. We have first responders who have sent us notes saying we're concerned that we can't, go down these particular roads. We can't afford to, kick the can, and not that we're doing that, but help us find the right solution. You've gotten input now from the clerk, from all the commissioners, your own staff, and whatnot. And now maybe we'll hear something from Commissioner Daniel, who's knee deep into this one, where he's got some direction, which I hope. But it's hard for me to answer my constituents when they say what's the latest with the 6L road. And granted, some of these roads not being in excellent condition, they're partly to blame. There's enough blame to go around, but we want to find a solution. So we don't have a time machine. We can't go back in time. So I want to make sure we push forward towards something and not just shoot down a whole bunch of ideas that maybe aren't the best ones. Okay, great. I love when somebody says, hey, this isn't really the best idea. Then I go, okay, so what's the better one? And if you don't have it, then a bad idea sometimes is better than no idea. Sometimes. So I'm hoping we can really march towards something, because every rainy season, every storm season, those roads don't get better, and we all know that. But like we said, I think Commissioner McDaniel having the last word here would be great, because I'm sure he's sitting on a few ideas. But
I think what I would add to that is I'm not looking for solutions to this issue at this hearing. Because I think what we're going to do today, what my position is, we approve this today and direct staff to come back and fix this. And Commissioner McDaniel would be a prime participant in that discussion. Commissioner Hall.
Thank you. I pulled it just for one reason. I love the idea, I love the MSTU that's created. But when I saw the expense, the $1.5 million, I wasn't shocked, because I knew it was coming. But I was kind of shocked at the amount of money that we collected, $142,000. So to pay that loan back, it's going to take us 10, 15 years, which is going to be farther out than I think what the actual improvements are going to last. So my only point was, I think that we need to look at raising the millage and collect the millage on the private roads so that we can create a 5-year payback. And after that, if we start getting a little, after we get the roads improved and get the loans paid back, if the improvements are lasting and we get a little surplus, then we can always adjust the millage every year to back it off. But even if we tripled the millage on the collections, it's still a whole lot better off on every homeowner than having to come up with the improvements themselves.
Yeah.
And it's everybody that's participating. So that's my only thought.
Commissioner McDaniel, no one else is lit up, so.
I'm sorry, I just thought you were going down the road. So
Sorry.
he's going down he's actually going down a private dirt road.
Yeah, he is going down a private dirt road.
Slowly.
I know I was dragged kicking and screaming on this thing over several months, but I won't relive that. Yeah, it was the same thing. I know we all agreed, and we all said, we're going to cap this at the 1 mil or whatever it was, and we all were kind of like pushing it. Let's make it happen. In the long run, it's good. But then when I saw the actual numbers and they were pulling the 1.5 from capital fund and sliding it over, and I saw the same numbers looking at 14 to 15 years paying this one segment of it back, and it, denying the opportunity for the people to be paying into it over those 15 years, and they're probably not going to get their roads touched yet. And then what do we have guarantee that we go fix these roads at the 1.5? And that this is a perishable thing. We're not going in and paving these roads. We're not asphalting. We're not draining them. We're not putting the storm drain. These are just we're dumping good material over bad material and hoping it'll last through the next couple storms. It's perishable. I think we all have to understand that. And then, what do we do now? How do we enforce the fact that we came in, we fixed these really bad roads we know to be fixed for public safety reasons, which I agree with. How do we hold their feet to the fire now that they maintain it? How do we hold their feet to the fire? How do they maintain it after we fix it? Because we don't want to have to come back and fix because typically, if it's a really, really bad road, there's a reason. It's because it's either sinkhole infested, it's going to keep having that problem over and over historically, and they're probably going to be the worst roads again 4 or 5 years down the road. So how do we hold their feet to the fire that when they are finally, their roads are brought to a certain standard, how do we force them to maintain it from that point on? So we can move on to the next roads that need the next ability to be addressed for public safety concerns. And I agree that I'm going to support this, but I think we really, really need to take a long, hard look on how we're going to build, create this MSTU and how we're going to collect this money at what levels at what times. I think it should be a flexible thing that we could look at. I don't know what the increments would be, but as it comes up, we have the ability to adjust the millage rate to keep it at more like a 4 or 5 year payback. So that's kind of my opinion on it, but I'd really like to see those answers. It's easy to fix something, but how do we make sure it's maintained? And I think that's just as important as fixing it.
Ms. Kinzel, did you want to say something before Commissioner McDaniel?
No.
Okay.
Whenever.
Yeah, I don't want to talk until she's done.
All right.
No.
Commissioner McDaniel.
No, because please, Madam Clerk, I'll wait till she's completed, and then we'll call. I'll make my adjustments. And
Okay,
go.
Commissioners, and thank you so much. I provided everyone with the information that I had. Talked to the county attorney, talked to individuals, you all. Everything I'm reading and seeing from every AGO that's been created says that you cannot use public funds to repair private roads. It goes so far on some of these AGOs that say the fact that certain public vehicles, such as school buses or ambulances or mail services, used a private road does not authorize the county to expand your taxing authority to maintain these roads which general public doesn't drive on. Those road descriptions, I'm going to get with Trinity and get the actual roads and everything. I think we reviewed this over a year ago. I had cautions for everyone then. The establishment of an MSTU seemed a little clearer, but I'll be honest, in researching this further, AGO 9231, an old one, says the MSU does not avoid the constitutional prohibition directly on point to the Florida, to this Attorney General's. The opinion states, for example, a city did not have the authority to create a taxing district to cover unit costs associated with private common areas, such as maintenance costs, liability, property taxes, even if the tax is only imposed on those homeowners are primarily benefiting. So I was looking for something to counteract this, a more recent opinion, a more recent legal status. I don't think the county attorney had one. These are older, but they stand until they don't. And so at best, I would suggest we do a very specific AGO with our circumstances and our particulars and get this resolved so that if the law changes, the law changes. But the way I'm reading everything right now, I don't think we have the ability. And the glitch was, again, borrowing 1.5 very clearly from public funds in capital projects that have already been budgeted, considered, and authorized, taking money out of that to have a payback of 15 years or 5 years or 3 years. These AGOs all seem to support can't do it. So I want to put that on the record. Be glad to work with staff, do what we have to do, and I would like to get some more information on the specificity of the roads. Be glad to draft up the AGO request, bring it back and get it authorized by the board. And we do it as a joint request would be my preference at a minimum. Thanks.
I think that this may be the opportune time to ask the county attorney. I mean, I don't want to be flippant or anything, but AGOs are things to consider, but they're not binding. And but you're better off following them if you don't have any other authority. And so I'm going to turn to the county attorney and ask the county attorney. adopted this ordinance. We felt that we were doing something that was legal, and so I'm going to place the burden on our county attorney to tell us: is this going down an illegal path, or do we have the ability to continue along the path that we're on?
I put up on the overhead one of the AG opinions, and it says that a county may supply county grading of private roads if payment of all actual costs is undertaken by the owner of the private road. I think the disconnect I have with the clerk is whether or not we could advance the funds.
Whether or not what?
We could advance the funds.
Yeah.
But from a practical standpoint, by the time you've generated $1.5 million to do this, well, costs will go up anyway, but I think we're fine.
So I guess the question becomes, how do we get the payment made more quickly than over the 12 or 15 years? And that's where Commissioner McDaniel's expertise will come in solving this problem.
I have a couple ideas.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Thank you. And I'm Commissioner Hall. First of all, thank you all for support. This circumstance has been prevalent since Commissioner Coletta was in District 5 seat. These private dirt roads have been a thorn in our side, predominantly from a health, safety, and welfare standpoint. And primarily, that's why local government exists, is to protect our people. This was an answer that I came up with without further regulation, we could compel these people by law to fix the roads and burden them even in excess of what we're in fact doing, but I'm not a proponent of that either. I'm not opposed to writing up, requesting an AGO on this just to make sure we're within Hoyle. I think we are within Hoyle. I have read these opinions that the clerk's lawyer has put out, and I think that every single AGO, every single legal opinion is based upon different set of facts. And the facts that are prevalent here in Collier County don't line up with a lot of these. I would suggest that we work with the clerk, our staff work with the clerk to find a applicable reserve account that can be drawn from, that doesn't conflict with the law. I do think that it is prudent for us to go forward and do this. What we do know that we didn't know before is effectively how much it's going to cost, and how many miles of roads are we contemplating fixing here, Trinity? Plus, minus.
I have that number.
Yeah, plus minus.
Just under 20, 19.459 miles.
I had 20 in my head, so we're going to monitor per road what the cost associated is going to in fact be. I'm in complete agreement, Commissioner Saunders, in lifting the cap on the millage rate. We'll do an assessment before our next budget hearing. Increase the tax, even if it's on a per road basis, increase the millage rate commensurately to not totally burden the people, but also service the payback period and shorten that time frame down, and not shy the other people that are in the system, that are in the MSTU, that are looking ultimately for to have their roads brought up to snuff. Now, in Commissioner Kowal, your comment is with regard to the ongoing maintenance. It's always been contemplated that we're going to continue. You are correct. This isn't a one-time fix. But it's always been contemplated that we're going to continue to salt these roads. That's the reason that we're collecting $150,000 a year now. 100 was going to go to debt service. The other 40 was going to be appropriated to ongoing maintenance. Other 50. And so, but all you need is one heavy rainfall year, and a whole bunch more expenses go up. But this is going to require ongoing maintenance, ongoing assessment, and then an adjustment in these assessed valuations to reduce this payback period of time. It really doesn't, in my personal opinion, depending on what bucket, as we were talking about before, where we get the money to in fact do the roads or to do the improvements, as long as that bucket is going to be replenished, it really, I'm not all that concerned about the actual time. I just want to make sure that we're not shying to people that are already in the MSTU and depleting all of the funds and not fixing the roads that are in fact necessary. So we can do an assessment on that 5-year proposition, Commissioner Hall. I'm totally fine with that, just to have a look and see what the imposition is on those folks. We'll know exactly on a per road basis what the costs associated for the repairs in fact are. We'll also have an ongoing maintenance accumulation as we're doing the salting. I call it salting. That's what you do, is you spread a little gravel and do your thing, fix your holes and whatnot. And we work with the clerk's office to find an appropriate fund that can be utilized to front the money to take care of the necessary repairs and have a proper mechanism in place to repay it. I think that the fact that we're doing this under, you were very specific with regard to the public emergency, valid public emergency, that lifts a lot of the shrouds of concerns that have in fact been raised, and that's necessarily why we're doing this, why we can take public assets onto private property and take care of these things.
I think the big problem here is, or a problem here is that we don't intend, or I certainly don't intend to put the clerk in a position of having to write a check that she considers to be an illegal use of public funds. So, we can approve this today. I'm just kind of thinking out loud while the clerk is here. We can approve this today, and it'll sound like we've done something positive, but when it comes down to, are we actually going to pay the bill, that's where the clerk has to determine whether it's a lawful use of funds. That's her responsibility. And she's telling us that that's a problem. And so, I'm trying to find a way to solve all of this. Yes, ma'am.
And could I just put one other thing? We going to the legal side, which is lawyers, but also the fiscal side as your comptroller. We don't borrow funds ordinarily. Beach renourishment, they wash away at the next big hurricane. They wash away at this. It's one of the things that you try to maintain a pay-as-you-go in any framework of what we're doing. You don't borrow more funds than the life of the asset for which you are paying. You don't 30 years, we went through this with the PACE, where 30 years for an air conditioner, it's not going to last that long in Florida. These roads could wash away at the next event. You're $1.5 million in debt to a public fund. If we didn't even have this legal issue, just going to a fiscally responsible avenue. These are the worst of the roads. By the time you get down to the other segments and the other segments, how much money are you planning on borrowing and compounding? You're in a vicious cycle, but making the individual homeowner pay for their own driveway. We have HOAs where they assess me and I have to pay those HOAs, and other people in this community. You have a personal responsibility for your personal property, driveway, roadway around my development. So while it's only 19 miles, it could grandly expand with other people. What's my demand? Why do I pay an HOA if the whole good of the community is going to pay for my road if I don't keep it up? There are a lot of fiscally responsible elements to this that I hope the board will take into consideration also.
Yes. Okay. Well, like I said, that my concern now is making sure that we're paying at
Our county attorney has said,
gotta be aware.
Would you like the Attorney General opinion, sir? We should get
Well,
that
that
before.
that clears
It
it
will
for
take that
every-
for me
clears
to
it for
pay,
everybody.
quite
Now,
frankly.
the risk, of
Yes.
course, is that we ask for a county attorney or Attorney General opinion, and he comes back saying we can't do this. So
Right.
I mean but then again, that's kind of where we are right
and
now.
I'm totally fine with that, as
right.
opposed to accepting the clerk's opinion on the legal,
Yeah.
on the
No, I-
legal
I
aspect of
understand.
this. With all due respect, I
But that
don't.
does- that
And
does-
Commissioner, that does not
that goes to
offend
the-
me. I need the cover of that
Yeah.
with my own attorney's advice
And that's-
on.
And that's where I
That's why we have the
suggested that
AGO.
we utilize the utilize your office as far as making sure that what we're doing is in fact legal.
So that's what I would recommend. Now, that means we defer this.
Well, the other
until we get the
opportunity you
AGO.
have, the other opportunity you have is to go to court on this issue and get a judge to do it rather than an attorney for the AG. It'd be a declaratory judgment. It would not be a hostile lawsuit at all. It's just putting it to the judge. These are the facts. What is the law?
I prefer the AGO approach. I think it's quicker and, I don't know.
I'm fine with the
Probably
AGO
free.
approach.
All right.
We'll
Commissioner,
draft it with your office if you don't care.
I mean,
We'll do that.
One of the options that hasn't been mentioned is we can always borrow from Conservation Collier. I'm just teasing.
No, I
I'm just teasing.
I know. Okay.
That's fall under emergency.
All right, to light.
You know what's going to happen? Somebody's going to get a transcript and they're going to
no.
use that. I could borrow,
No.
we could borrow from Conservation Collier, and the I'm just teasing part will be left on.
Actually, commissioners, I was gonna add a bit of levity by saying that there are paychecks of commissioners that want to do this, that we could maybe tap into those donations.
Yeah.
Just kidding. Thanks.
All right, so we have
I like asking
what
the
may
attorney
very well be a plan. Commissioner McDaniel, why don't you, if you can crystallize this, you don't have an objection to an AGO. County attorney has indicated he'll get that, or he'll file a friendly lawsuit. Whatever approach you think is best, let's go ahead and make a motion. But that, again, that's going to
Well,
delay
the
this.
problem, I mean, the motion's gonna have to be to defer this again. And the people that are living on these 19 miles of roads, again, are not going to have any particular relief. And I'm frustrated at the least in order to defer this even any further. I'm not opposed to doing it. I mean, if that's what we in fact have to do.
Let me suggest this. Let's ask for the AGO or ask the county attorney to file the lawsuit. While that's pending, take a look at the ordinance and see if there's some way we can fix this and bring it back where we're not using public funds on a private road. That means increasing the millage rate. Maybe that means assessing individual property owners when a road is fixed in front of their property. Some way to enhance the revenue from this. That's it.
The issue that we're dealing with here, Commissioner Saunders, is that's the way that it was always done in the past. Whenever a road became impassable, the county did an emergency special assessment and whacked those people for that particular cost. And did it again when a storm event in fact came through and damaged their road. This holistic approach was a way to spread that burden out over the entire 100 and some odd miles of, I don't know, and that's, one thing, Trinity, that you and I talked about, I don't know how many people actually, we had to put the opt-out provision in because there are some people that live on private roads that take care of them.
We started with just over 71 miles in
Right.
the MSTU. We had just under 25 miles, 24.6 miles opt out. And so we currently have just over 47 miles that are in the MSTU with the mileage, the just 19.5 miles that need attention. And in the past, we actually have another MSTU that has a long payback as well, 42nd Street. But in the past, it was never a question of payment because the county road maintenance, because they were just one-offs, it was one road. Road maintenance would actually go out and do the work. And we had Lime Rock, so there was never a question of payment. In this particular instance, this is 19 and a half miles. This is going to take a lot of resources, and I can't pull the road maintenance team off to be able to take care of these 19 miles.
Right.
So that's why the need to be able to hire a contractor to be able to take care of this, to be able to get it taken care of in one fell swoop.
So you want me to, you're suggesting I continue this until we get the AGO opinion?
Well, I don't know that we have a whole lot of choices because, again, we can't put the clerk in a position of writing a check that she's not going to feel is legal. She's not going to do that. And so we have contractors that simply wouldn't get paid.
Yeah, well, we're not going to do that. All right, so I'll move to continue it till the AGO opinion comes back.
And in the interim, while we're waiting for that, take a look at how we might be able to fix this.
Well, the short answer on is what Commissioner Hall suggested. We amended the Conservation Collier ordinance that in a declaration of emergency, we could borrow from that fund.
It's still public funds. I mean, that doesn't get you where you want
I
to go.
understand, but where else do we have funds that aren't public funds, sir?
We don't.
Can we put some Charlie Kirk signs on those roads and have Phoenix pay for it?
Maybe.
Okay, just checking.
All right, I'll continue I'm sorry.
I was going to say, continue the item. We did contact our vendor last night, and they did agree to hold our bid prices because that was the reason why this was coming forward, is our quote was going to expire, so they have agreed to hold our bid prices. So we'll work through that. Hopefully we can get an AGO opinion back quickly because they're not going to hold them indefinitely.
Yeah, it certainly won't be quickly with the holiday coming upon
Right.
us, but I mean, I don't know how long those things usually take. It all depends on the complexity of the question, I would assume, so.
We've done it in the past, and the time frame varies considerably.
Sir?
We've done this in the past, AG opinions, and sometimes we get them quick and sometimes we don't.
Yeah, okay. So for now, we'll continue this until we, in fact, receive the AGO's opinion on it.
And I would suggest that the county attorney works with the clerk in the wording of this request so that it's a request coming from two governmental entities as opposed to just one.
Yes, sir.
So we have a motion. I'll second that. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, that passes unanimously.
Just as a footnote, we want to make sure that when we do come back, if we do come back, we address the other concerns that were brought forward with regard to the cap, and make sure that we have the proper assessment amount on a per road basis so we can make those decisions in the budget hearings.
Certainly.
All right. Ms. Patterson.
Commissioners, that brings us to item 15, Staff and Commission General Communications. Item 15A is public comments on general topics not on the current or future agenda by individuals not already heard during the previous public comments in the meeting.
We have none.
Right.
Item 15B is staff project updates. We do not have any today. That brings us to item 15C, Staff and Commission General Communications. Only thing I have for you today is we are close to having to implement a burn ban. So I'll keep you all posted as the drought numbers continue to go in the wrong direction. Let's hope for rain, but I was advised several weeks ago by the fire chiefs that we're pretty close. So I do have the authority to put that in place, and then I'll bring it back to you, but we'll advise you in advance if we get there.
All right, do you want us to just give you the authority once the fire chief requests it?
does.
I already have it.
Oh, okay, so you don't have to come back to us to get, all right.
So I'll come back to you. I mean, there's things I'll do afterwards, but I'll still advise you when we get there, so you're not surprised.
All right, great.
And we will make sure that in advance of that, we put out social media and other educational posts for people so they understand what's happening.
All right.
Other than that, I hope everybody enjoys their holiday. And County Attorney.
Nothing, thank you.
Commissioner Kowal.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd just like to wish everybody a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. We'll see you when we get back to work.
Commissioner Hall.
Thank you. And me again. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, whatever you want to do. And I'm looking forward to Commissioner Kowal being in the middle seat. Wish him the best with that.
That's two of us.
Yeah. Two little quick feel-good items. The Vanderbilt Beach pickleball facility that we all did with 20 new pickleball courts and 8 new tennis courts had a soft opening right after Thanksgiving, and that's going super well. And they'll have a unofficial ribbon cutting with our private-public partnership with the Pelican Bay people sometime next month. December the 19th at 2 o'clock, we have our baby box blessing. The baby box is in, it's operational, and they're going to come down and fully bless the box, and we invite everybody out there. So that's December the 19th at 2 o'clock. And with that, I'm finished.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yes, Commissioner Saunders, number one, congratulations. You did a good job this year.
Thank you.
Serving as our chair. I'm not sure how Kowal's going to do matching up to you, but I think we'll get him through. I also want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, whichever way you swing on those things. I have an issue in Immokalee. that I need to address. There's a person that has leased, bought, done something with the old firehouse in Immokalee, because they built a new one on Newmarket. They built a new one over there. So, number one, there is an active zoning action in place to allow for a comparable use amendment to be brought into the industrial zoning to allow this. This is a doggy daycare center. There's an active zoning action in place, and with that active zoning in place, I would like to afford them a temporary use permit while that active zoning is in place for them to get through the 3 or 4 month process of actual getting the comparable use determination accomplished and being there allowed to legally go forward. I'd like to offer up the opportunity for them to have a temporary use permit, because he's already been in, done improvements, so on and so forth, while this active zoning circumstance for the comparable use has in fact been in place. So there's two items that we need to that I want to address, and that is allow for the temporary use to go forward while the active zoning action is in fact in place. Did I spit that out okay?
Mike Bosey, Plan and Zoning Director.
You'll probably
and
say it better than me.
Currently, we are in the process of amending the Land Development Code. It came to our attention that the industrial zoning category is the only category that doesn't have the comparable use language at the end of it. So you can't seek a comparable use in the industrial zoning category, and we don't think that benefits anybody. So we're in the process of adding that, but it takes 3 to 4 months to add that into the official process. So we would ask the board to declare that a active zoning in progress so they can move forward with their comparable use. And in the meantime, while they're doing that, because that still will take a month or two to get to the HEX and have the hearing and then have the final decision made upon that, they're asking the board to exercise the right under 50405E, which is a temporary use not else classified, to allow for the applicant to move forward on a temporary use basis. And he had indicated at his own risk that that his comparable use will be approved to be able to operate, because he's trying to capture the holiday season for the Immokalee community and individuals with pets who may be leaving town. And I guess he has some clients already lined up.
So as I said, he said it way better than me.
All right, and then Mr. Klatzkow, I assume that there's no problem with Commissioner McDaniel making that motion and moving in that direction.
Oh, we've done zoning in progress multiple times here. It's fine.
So I'll make that motion with the zoning in progress and the comparable use, and then the temporary use for up to 4 months.
All right, I'll second. All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, that passed unanimously. Commissioner LaCastro.
Yeah, I too wanted to thank Commissioner Saunders. A year goes by fast, right? Sitting in the seat. One of the things that I really like that we do, and I spent some time with Cecil Pendergrass up in Lee County maybe about a month or so ago, and even how some of the municipalities function. I really think by us rotating it once a year and giving us all a chance is really a smart way. And when I was talking to Cecil and I was telling him the advantage of that, he was sort of scratching his head and he was saying, wow. And I said, yeah, when you sit as the chair, you get a little different exposure to the staff. You also run the meeting, and I just think it's a great thing, and we all get a chance to do it. We've all, Commissioner Cole will now have his first chance of doing it, and so it's a real advantage. But, thank you, sir. Like I said, a year goes by very fast, and, we look to Commissioner Cole's leadership, which I know will be stellar. Just two quick things. One is, and I'll just say to my colleagues here, at our first commissioner meeting on January 13th, a big heavy lifting thing is on the agenda. Okay, it's the Citrus Grove Sable Palm. Okay, it's another Costco-y thing, but the difference is it is kind of complicated. And so all I say is, trust me, I'm knee deep into it. We're not going to discuss it here, but between now and the 13th, it would really help the discussion. Mr. Bosey has got all the details, so if you got time to sit and meet with him and add that to your list to really understand the uniqueness of this one, it requires a little bit more complicated than this discussion than just yay or nay on a rezone or building something, and I'll just leave it at that. And then I had spoken with Ms. Patterson yesterday in my office, and I said I was going to throw her an option here to have her comment on something that is heavily in the news, misinformed, heavily on social media, misinformed, and something that she has spent a lot of time with, that it isn't getting quite the right media details, and that has to do with our EMS helicopters. And so when we spoke in my office, she educated me on the difference between rumor and fact. But then I said, do you want me to bring it up in my comments here? So on the record, you could sort of give us a short version, separate rumor from fact, anybody who might be listening. But then it also allows us that if you get an email from a constituent, you can say, we spoke about this very thing at our last commissioner meeting, and take some of the fine points. But, Amy, if you want to, just fill in the blanks of the many things that, we don't know that you do, and some of the stuff that's untrue as well.
So there has been some activity on social media regarding the EMS helicopter. As you all know, we replaced the helicopter. Actually, it was a 2019 agenda item, planning to replace an aged helicopter, one that was becoming increasingly unreliable and difficult to get parts for. So it laid out a plan to order the new helicopter, get the new helicopter here, and keep the second helicopter in service for up to a year while we worked out the kinks with the new helicopter. The old helicopter did stick around for a little while longer, but in that time it didn't get any younger or any easier to get parts for. So it's not really a scenario where we ever planned to have two helicopters. So the helicopter has since been sold in accordance with board direction. We do have the new helicopter, but like all things, helicopters do have difficulties. Most recently, it was down for longer than we anticipated due to an engine issue. During that time period, though, we do have MOUs in place to utilize both Broward and Lee counties' helicopters should we have trauma alerts during that time period. There seems to be an idea that we should have a second helicopter available at all times. We do via MOUs, but not by us having two helicopters sitting there. Now, this is more than a $10 million apparatus. So the other thing that puts some perspective on this is that up until about 2 months ago, and I might be being generous, we were really evaluating all options for our flight program because we couldn't hire a mechanic. And as you know, this is heavily regulated by FAA, how they can work, how long they can work. So there's been times our helicopter has been down because our mechanic was mandated to take time off. So that was a real sticking point. We have been very fortunate to hire a new director of maintenance as well as a helicopter mechanic, and have created a pipeline with Collier County Public Schools for an internship program through their aviation program that's going to bring interns in to work on the helicopter as well under those qualified individuals. But I wanted to put it out there. We take, obviously, the safety of the public very seriously, and having the helicopter is another very important piece of that puzzle, but we do have backup MOUs in place to allow for those needed flights. Helicopters go down for other reasons that are beyond our control. Things like weather are not things we can control, so you never have a helicopter available 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, because there are things beyond our control, but we do our best to have that helicopter available. We have dedicated pilots, flight crews, mechanics that are there serving the public. So there's a public records request that's in. We will answer that, and we're going to try to meet with these folks that seem to have perhaps been provided information that was not completely accurate, and see if we can answer their questions. Potentially they may want to come and speak to the board, which is great. We obviously love when the public engages you as elected officials, but in advance of that, we will provide that information to them. And with that, I know each of you have probably seen some of these emails coming in, but it did get a little bit slanted from what's actually happening.
Okay, thank you. And then Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy New Year.
On the helicopter issue, I'm wondering if we should turn that over to Resource X to really take a look at how we handle that. I don't have any issues with maintaining the way we do it, but maybe that's not the best way. So
We have found out some very enlightening things about the outsourced contracts that are utilized by most of our public safety partners. We're one of the few that has an in-house program, and there are a few other ones, but a lot utilize outsourced resources. We'll have Resource X take a look at that, compare the two, and provide that information. Very important. And you'll probably have heard that I've said we need to look at outsourcing. We do, because the board needs to have all the information when you have to make decisions. It doesn't mean we're going to do it, but it means I need to be able to answer to you. And the same thing with liability. Obviously, having a helicopter, anytime it's up in the air, it not only incurs cost, but obviously incurs liability because we're putting an aircraft in the air. These are all things that we manage every single day. It doesn't mean that I personally feel one way or the other, but it's our job to provide you all of the information so you can make informed decisions.
any objection to having Resource X take a look at that issue?
No, I think it's a good idea. And on that note, one of the things we're seeing from a transition of population is a lot of people moving here from the other side. And they're moving into rural, yet residential areas, and they're used to an ambulance or a helicopter being there when they come out of Dade, Broward County. That new subdivision, SkySail, I spoke to them a couple of months ago, and these are folks that are coming here from the other side that are used to having a Publix on every corner, not in our community. So I think this analysis is perfect and will provide additional information for our new residents.
It will be timely with the AUIR, although I'm happy to, even though it'll take a little thunder out of the AUIR, I will tell you that we have struggled for many years now with EMS on how to put additional units up, and you may recall that we've run a deficiency for several years, a calculated level of service deficiency at EMS. We have hit the place now where we're going to be putting up 7 units in the next 5 years, and they're dispersed throughout the county. So it's actually a really good turning of the corner for the future of EMS and the way that we look at delivering that service. But we will get in contact with Resource X and have a look at this.
All right.
Amy, can I just ask this? And it's not directive. It's just inquisitive, because, and I don't know, maybe the other commissioners aren't. Maybe I'm just the target from people because they just send me a lot of emails. But at times when we've gotten emails on things, whether it's a sports complex or beach restoration or whatever, you and John Mullins have worked together to give us sort of like a little one paragraph. So we're all sort of saying the same thing, because not that we should be chasing Facebook and Nextdoor, and I haven't commented on any of those things, but I do monitor it to get a tone. And you've got people out there that say things like, wow, you're spending millions on the sports complex. What you should be doing is buying 2 helicopters so people don't die. Millions on beach restoration, those kind of things. And so, and not that we should be addressing some of those comments that are apples and oranges, but maybe something from you all have done it before, where you've sent something to the 5 of us and said, if you needed a soundbite at a town hall meeting or on an email or whatever, here's something that could help you. I know that those were very helpful to me, John, when you sent us those things on the veterans nursing home to separate rumor from fact and whatnot, and then we're all singing from the same sheet of music and not freelancing maybe on our own without all the details, because this is something you've got a lot of depth in. We're just seeing some of the media stuff out there.
Yes,
So
sir.
I just know for me that would be helpful.
We can put that together for you. It's not a problem at all.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, I have just one thing of business, and we just approved the $150,000 for an education campaign for the tourist tax. And there's going to be a lot of support for this. I'm pretty confident that it's going to pass. The message is that it's a tax on our tourists, not a tax on our residents. And so what I would like the board to consider doing today is some direction to staff. It takes us 6 months, 8 months to do a request for proposals, to evaluate bids, and on some projects that'll delay things for a year. What I'd like to do, it's the same thing we did with the veterans nursing home. We got the state to do a request for proposals for architects, engineers, and a contractor, with the condition that funding would be available. So there was no obligation to move forward if there was no project. I'd like to do the same thing with the sports fields and the field house for the sports facility.
That'll
that we-
accelerate that
Yeah,
construction.
direct staff, we got the fields first, so direct staff to design the RFP or whatever competitive process you need, have it issued, have select contractors, engineers, whatever you need to select for that, and have them understand that it's conditional upon approval of the 1 cent tourist development tax in November of 2026. On the day that that passes, we'll be in a position to issue a notice to proceed, because we'll have a revenue stream that will start in January of 2027. But in addition, we'll already have tourist tax dollars that are available that we could speed this up a little bit. And so I just don't want to sit back here and then in sometime in late 2027, we're still waiting to get a contract to move forward on that project. So that's my request, if there's any objection. So that's your direction on that.
Yes, sir.
On the other thing, I've got my copy of Robert's Rules of Order that I'm going to give to Commissioner Colwell.
You're going to sign it?
You'll be, I will sign it, but you'll be surprised to know it's never been opened. So, and, I suspect that after a year of you having it, you won't open it as well. And beyond that, I just want to wish everybody a happy, safe holiday season. It's been a pleasure serving as your chairman, and I'm looking forward to not serving as your chairman after we open the meeting in January. And with that, if there's nothing else, we are adjourned.
Boom. Very good.
Yes.